All right, we are live. Let me check to make sure the YouTube is working, and then we can get 100% started. Let me see here. Is it going to YouTube? I've never done this before, so let me see here. It's not going to YouTube. Hello.
Hey. Okay, yeah.
I believe we are live. I'm not seeing it on YouTube though.
It says we've been live for 36 seconds.
Check the YouTube and tell me if it's going live real quick.
Yeah, let me see.
By the way, everyone, this is Lad. He's the co-host of Under Two Capes. So
Let's see. Yes, that's me. Yeah, it looks like the Yeah, I see us.
Good, it's live. It's live.
Yeah, but it started like a second live stream, like that original reminder. Like,
all right, so I will share the new link.
Yeah, just and maybe delete that old video, or just delete that old.
Yeah, let me do that. So anyway, folks, this is gonna be a Snyder Cut watch party. We're just gonna watch through the movie, kind of on stream, and then we're going to also what's the word? We're gonna watch it on stream, and then we'll not like with the video on the actual screen because we don't want to get taken down for YouTube craziness. But then we'll talk about it. We'll give our commentary, what it was like watching the movie, and then we will go off from there. So, Lad, how have you been, real quick, before we get started? You haven't been on the channel for a while.
Yes, I've gone dark for a little while. Had to go undercover, but hopefully I'll make my reappearance. I've been well. Just been busy with some classwork, some projects. I gotta do some job hunting. So just a little bit of everything.
Doing the same here. Just hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sending out the link to everyone that I thought was going to watch. Let's just check this out. We'll be getting started in 1 second, everyone.
Yep.
Just want to make sure it goes out to the right thing. So Restore the Snyderverse is like trending like massively, dude.
Yeah, I saw that.
How about that Green Lantern image?
That looked really good. That looked really good.
That was the most amazing. That is one of the, I think, the most realistic look at Green Lantern I have ever seen.
Right.
It blasts Ryan Reynolds right out of the field.
No, it's really cool to see a lot of people talking about it a year later. See everyone just get hyped for it.
Yeah, it's so good, and yeah, it's crazy to see how much it's like trending. Just think, lad. They were for a long time, people were telling us, "Oh, the Snyder Cut does not exist."
Does now.
Oh, it definitely does. It's existed for a year, and it is the best superhero movie, I think, of all time. That's just me. You guys can disagree with me. I don't care. It's not going to change my opinion on the Snyder Cut.
I saw this great meme where it was like Warner Brothers saying the Snyderverse is dead, bury it, and then Batman lights this bat signal. It's like restore the Snyderverse.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just setting out as soon as I put out the Facebook, the stream link to Instagram, we can get started.
Sweet. So I'll just
so Lad, have you been viewing the interviews that I've been doing?
Yeah, so I'll just talk about that for a little bit while you're doing that. I've been seeing all the interviews that Jared's been conducting on the channel, and it's really cool for our channel to reach out to other channels and just collaborate a little bit. We get to hit a wider audience, so we get to learn about some of their fans. Some of our people get to see the other channels and just really cross-pollinate a little bit and just share the love of the fandom with other people. And it's pretty cool. Jared's gotten to meet quite a few interesting characters and have some fun times. And I've been a little busy, but at least they've covered for me, I guess, in that sense.
Yeah, I bet. All right, so it's about time that we can get started. I'm not gonna have like the thing on the screen, so because I don't want to get taken down. So,
Boo.
yeah. 3, 2, 1. It has begun. I don't want to watch an ad.
While you're waiting for the ad, Jared, look what I'll show everyone what I've been working on in my laboratory here. So I've been working on this stuff down here while we wait for
Wow.
Jared to get started there. I have some of my electronics, and this is my robotic hand. I have been at work, everyone, for my project I've been working on. So you can see
He's making an
compare
Iron
it.
Man suit.
And I'm just trying to get it all working, but this is how it's gonna work when the string is pulled, then the hand just closes like so.
Dope.
So I can actually pick up like an object like that while we're waiting.
That's cool.
So that's gonna be
Right.
really cool once I get that working.
It has begun. So, lad, this is my 8th time watching it.
Wow, that's crazy. It's been that many. It's been that long.
My powers have doubled since the last time we met Count.
Yeah.
So I'm in the intro right now. It's doing that slow motion panel showing Superman dying.
Yeah. Now I was like, oh, I was like, good thing they reminded me because it's been like 5 years. Well, I don't know. No, it's been like 8 years since that happened.
Yeah, the last one, Justice League opens up and it's like the worst thing. It doesn't even show the actual like death of Superman. All it shows is like some random kids just hanging out talking to Superman on a podcast. Like, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then we see Wonder Woman.
Let's see. So we can see the chat here and stuff as
as people come in, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, so Zoom couldn't just like connect right through it to the.
No, there's very specific software you have to use to stream.
Oh, okay.
So I just wanted to go off of that.
I see. No, it's really cool to see. Also, I hope like Snyder posts something. Just like hey, oh yeah.
I think that was one of the things he also posted in addition to the Green Lantern actor. It was the Green Lantern picture.
Okay, yeah. I know the actor himself that was supposed to play him posted the picture also on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, with the Discovery Warner Brother merger happening any day now,
it's looking even more like we're getting the rest of the movies, bro.
Right.
Which I am very happy about that one.
Yeah, it's like, well, we want to make money, so how do we compete with Avengers? Hey, let's do Justice League. That's a great idea.
Yeah, and let's completely sabotage the director.
Yeah. It's like, what do you...
He did Justice League.
Yeah. It's like, how do the Office like meme thing where it's like, okay, guys, we need to compete with Marvel. How do we do that? It's like, how about we sabotage our directors when we try to make new movies? I think we should just completely go over to comedy and forget about any team ups. And then the third guy is like, how about we do a good Justice League movie that the fans want? And then they throw them out the window.
Yeah, exactly. A good job. Yeah, exactly. That meme. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So now I'm in Atlantis, seeing like all the shockwaves. That was one of the cool parts of the movie, seeing all the shockwaves from Superman's scream go out.
Yes. So we have
two people watching the stream. Hello, people. Yes, restore the Snyderverse. Exactly, Clark Kent. I will highlight that tweet right now. that yes, this dude knows what's up. What's up, Clark?
You can actually pull it up on the screen like that?
Yeah, that's how people do it on YouTube. For those of you that don't know, this is our first time live streaming. So
I can't see the chat from my perspective. I have to go to the YouTube to actually see the chat, like the unless you pull it up on the screen for me, but
yeah, I'll pull up on the screen as we go along.
Sweet. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse.
Yes, we are 100% in agreement, everyone.
Clark, you look very familiar.
Yes.
Is that Superman?
I wonder, is that Superman? Clark Kent Superman?
Wait a second, you're just wearing glasses.
You would never know. You would never know. Now we're seeing the Amazons of Themyscira. Everyone's breathing. Everyone sees the box activating.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so lads, so one of the tweets that I put out today has like 900 likes.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, I put out a like for yesterday. It's my yesterday like for the Snyderverse, and it's like it says like tomorrow we'll hashtag restore the Snyderverse.
Yeah.
It's got like I'm looking right now because I keep getting Twitter notifications, and this one tweet I'm pulling it up. Hang on, has 944 likes.
Wow.
195 retweets.
That's awesome, dude.
And 22 replies. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Jared's been posting some stuff about the Snyderverse, Snyder Cut lately, some videos about it, and I was thinking that like, it's cool to hype it up, but really it's kind of like being a dead horse at this point. But then I've seen like a lot of positive reaction to the videos Jared's been putting out, and a lot of people getting hyped up for the 1-year anniversary, and it's like, well, maybe this is worth continuing to talk about.
Exactly, because here's the thing: there is actually so much to talk about with this one particular topic, like the comic book inspirations and the other fiction, like what's the word? Inspirations. By the way, now I'm on that long part, lad, where it just shows Bruce Wayne going throughout the ice to get Aquaman.
Oh, really?
That was the funny part about this movie is that when you're watching it, a lot of scenes are like really long. I like it, but I'm like, oh my gosh.
I think there were some really good shots in this movie. Like the visuals were really cool.
Way better than the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but for those of you that are watching, drop in the chat. What is your favorite part from the Snyder Cut? Lad, what's your favorite?
Favorite part from the Snyder Cut?
Mine is the axe on the shoulder. It's actually a tie between not impressed and the Flash scene where he goes back in time.
The Flash scene was so good. Well, okay, my favorite part would probably be when Cyborg when Superman returns to the Justice League, but at the farm, when he's seeing Lois and like you see like that, like him gaining his senses back and like realizing who he is. I think that's really cool to see that moment.
Yeah, that's great. I love that because you're really seeing him at peace for once, and that was like that's one of the key things is that even in BVS, Superman was not at peace. Now he is.
Right. My favorite funny part from the movie definitely is that one parademon that manages to snipe Barry and literally saves the day for the bad guys. Like he literally single-handedly caused them to win, and because the bad guys actually won in the movie, but then Flash changed the timeline. But that one parademon is literally the hero of Darkseid's army, and he dies, but like
immediately dies.
Yeah, Batman kills him, but like he literally snipes like a moving target that's traveling like super fast and saves the day. Like that guy is a apocalyptic hero.
Yeah, it is so great. Yeah, I agree.
I think that's pretty good.
And then the first part one, it's Don't Count on it, Batman. Let's see, Mom. All right, so I was watching TMNT Out of the Shadows, and Bebop and Rocksteady keep going, Mom Man, and that reminded me of you, lad.
Yeah, my man. Yeah, no, that's true.
I was like, oh, so you're Jason Momoa now? I see.
What? Why don't you like tell us what time you are at the movie, like your timestamp, so that way if anyone joins in, they can watch the movie along with us on their computer. I'm
at 10:03.
10:03. So if you're watching along everyone else. We're at like 10:10 right now. So Jared's watching it, and we can kind of just like have a watch party together.
Yeah, I'm going through the entire movie most likely, so we're just gonna have fun, and this isn't just us like watching the movie. If you guys want to interact with us, please drop in the chat. We'll hang out. So first off, for those of you that just came in, I'm Jared. This is Lad. We're the co-hosts of the Comics League YouTube channel, the one you came to. Big fans of Zack Snyder. Big fans of comics in general. In fact,
big fans of Wonderbat.
This show and this channel was, it's one person left as soon as you said Wonderbat. So
no, it wasn't because of that. They're probably busy or something.
This channel was started because of the Snyder Cut. So this is my favorite part. Is every part of the Snyder Cut? Yes, that is actually a really good point, Clark. Yes.
Oh,
that's really good, because here's the thing. I thought about it because in case someone asked me like, what's your least favorite part? Actually, what's your least favorite part of the Snyder Cut? Then I realized I really don't have that one. Like at all, because it's such a great movie.
Yeah, I don't know if there were like any time. Yeah, like if I really think about it, like I don't know if there was any moment that I was like, this is like a stupid joke, or if it was like boring, or like I don't think there was really any time like that. There are a lot of moments from the original movie that I think were just like lame jokes or corny or just not that funny, but like I don't really remember any moments that I didn't like from this movie.
Yeah, there really was none. And it's really surprising because I didn't expect it to be that good. Like I sitting down to watch the movie, it was like, okay, so I know it's gonna be better because there's no way it can be as bad as the Whedon cut. But when you see how good it is,
I thought it was pretty cool. If anyone wants to follow us, our Instagram is under two capes. I mean, sorry, Comics League 2021.
Restore the Snyderverse. Yes, we're getting more people today. Keep tweeting that.
2022.
Little key. Do not just put the hashtag in the tweet, otherwise Twitter will not count it. Put a picture, put some text in there. Do not just put the tweet. The hashtag.
Yeah, that's right. We want to restore the Snyderverse. If follow us on our Instagram, Comics League 2021. I thought this was a great post that Jared made. He posted this photo. Where's this from, Jared? This photo of the.
I think someone took like a picture, a thing by Jason Fabok, because that's actually the Justice League versus Suicide Squad like poses. That's from the Justice League versus Suicide Squad. But what someone did is they traced over it and made it the Snyderverse characters.
Yes, and it's funny because this post that Jared made has 700 likes. You have exactly 700 likes on this Instagram post. Jeez. And we normally get like 5 or 10, and somehow this like everyone really loved this, randomly caught onto some algorithm on Instagram. That was cool.
It's awesome.
And you were saying on Twitter, what's our Twitter handle?
It's just mine. It's Justice Lord 114. I'll drop it in the chat here. Now I'm on the part where the Norwegian women sing for like a long time.
Okay, maybe that was the one part I didn't like, but like other than that, it was great.
I get why he did it, because what he's showing is that the League are like god characters, so I understand why they did that.
Right? Yeah, no, it had a purpose.
I'm not like but it's like I get what you're saying, that it's a little odd, but I'm like, okay.
Let's see. Oh yes, your Justice Lord handle.
So, Lad, let me ask you this. What would you say if there's one part that you think specifically makes this like a definitive Justice League movie in the Snyder Cut? And this is a question for all of you people. What do you think is the most Justice League thing that happens in this movie? Mine is when they're juggling Steppenwolf back and forth after Superman comes back.
Ooh, that's a good one. Best like team kind of like moment, or like Justice League like moment. I like the part when they're all escaping the tunnel together.
Mhm.
Like right after when Aquaman shows up, and then they all have to escape out of the flooding tunnels. That was like a really good moment. I thought to
And it's
see.
actually way better than the original too.
Right? Yeah.
And you
That was a
notice
really good moment.
it was kind of funny. In the original, they cut out the part where after Cyborg hops in the little bat crab, that's what I'm calling it. They cut the minigun coming out and firing before it was just a missile launcher.
Yeah.
And I'm like, of all the stupid things that you can put in there,
Yeah.
that you can take out, why? Why? It's really just crazy. So now I'm at the part where Alfred tells Bruce maybe someone who hangs out in a cave all day shouldn't be a recruiter.
Yeah. That was pretty funny. Like, it's like I'd like to put my application in for Justice League.
That's great. I think they have a comic where Booster Gold and Blue Beetle both try and get into the Justice League, and one does and one doesn't.
That's funny.
What would you say, lad? And this is a question for all of you too. What would you say is the part that was taken out? That, in other words, that was in the Snyder cut, that but wasn't the Whedon cut, that most angers you that it was taken out? Mine is the Flash scene.
Yeah, I was just watching it today.
Hey, what's up, Legion? So the region. So my thing about the reason I didn't say Superman's because that current miniseries Blue and Gold. Yeah, exactly. So it's the Blue and Gold. Okay, cool. But anyway, so the reason why I didn't say the Superman part was the part that most annoyed me because they had a Superman like entrance. But let me ask you this, lad: which one do you think was cooler, the axe in the shoulder, or just I believe in truth, but I'm also a big fan of justice? It was kind of the funny part. He just appears there. All the cyborg scenes.
It was a bit awkward.
Yes. All the cyborg parts was dope. I'm putting this up there. Oh, yes. Yeah. Ray definitely told the truth. You kidding me? All the cyborg parts were the best, and that final Flash scene was the great. Yes, I agree with you. That Flash scene was not only from a storytelling part, but I watched Snyder Cut 17 times. Oh, this is my 8th time.
17, Jared.
I'm 22. 222.
222 is beating you.
I mean, have you watched it since you and I watched it last year, lad?
I've only watched it the one time. I've watched it one time, and it was.
You got to get those numbers up, Barry, lad. Hard to believe because it was like in 2 hours. It'll be like when we watched the movie.
Yes, it was like around that time.
Yeah, because I had just gotten out of class, and lad and I made this plan. We don't care how long it is. We're watching the whole thing. So he came over. I have a home theater. We just shotgunned it the entire thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was hard to make it through without bathroom breaks.
And now I'm at the new, the extended Wonder Woman part.
Yeah, what time are you at? What time are you at?
I am at, I'll check real quick. I am at 1829.
1829. So if you want to catch up, follow along with the movie where Jared's at. And I'm kind of just piggybacking on Jared.
Now, lad, let me, one of the most emotional scenes in any movie for me personally. Yeah, exactly. Now, let me ask you this, lad. Who's your favorite Justice League member? Mine is either Superman, Batman, or Wonder Woman because they're like my favorite superheroes. You know that from me,
right? I've always been a huge Flash fan, but honestly, I really love Batman in this movie. His character journey.
Yeah.
I love seeing Flash. I like this version, this take of it. I've been really used to the Grant Gustin CW Flash. I really enjoy his character as an individual, not necessarily the entire show. But
not the show. The show sucks. You kidding me?
We are the Flash. But
it's like We Are Groot, only not cool.
Yeah, I think I really like Batman's journey, but I like Flash. I love Flash as a character. Legion of Comics. Here, I want to show you something. I've been since you say you're a big fan of Cyborg, I've been working on for one of my projects. I've been working on.
Oh yeah, so lad's an engineer, by the way.
I do, and I'm studying engineering at school, and I'm building a robotic hand, and I'm prototyping out of Lego pieces, and it has like right now it has 2 fingers, and when I pull this string, the hand will actually like there we go.
That's dope,
hand
lad.
will actually close and stuff.
It could be Anakin Skywalker. So a troubled green, a good for a friend of mine from Max MVP Presley's channel, put her favorite Justice League member is Hawkgirl, but I'm just used to the animated universe one. I was sad she wasn't in this. Yeah, me too. Because as I've said multiple times in the channel, Lad and I both grew up on the Justice League Unlimited and Justice League cartoons. In fact, we did an episode on that. And that is like the definitive Justice League part. I'm like, all they need is Hawkgirl, and then they have and replace Flash with Wally West, and they have the League.
Right.
Because they already have John Stewart Green Lantern. By the way, drop. But so first, I'm now seeing Wonder Woman for the first time, and then we get that dope Junkie XL like ancient chanting music. So drop in the chat. What was your reactions to what you guys think of the Green Lantern picture today? Because it was kind of funny, lad. That's the picture that Zack showed from his phone. It's the picture of him doing like this and smiling. But now we get the clear version.
Yeah. I saw that how people post. So yeah, that image was posted a few months ago or a while ago, just kind of like a blurry, faraway picture from that one screening or whatever. And then now we're seeing the whole photo of what's his name, the actor,
Wayne T. Carr.
Wayne T. Carr as John Stewart, right? So
that's another great part I love about Snyder is that he pretty much did the Justice League Unlimited cast, although Flash is Barry instead of Wally, but I'm fine with that. I'll take that. But he picked my favorite Green Lantern because it's between him and Cruz for my favorite Green Lantern. That's a question, lad. Who's your favorite Green Lantern?
Favorite Green Lantern?
Yes, we were all so pissed he wasn't in it, that it was deleted because Warner Brothers thought it would confuse people that he was in it. And even though they're making a Green Lantern series, even though they have said multiple times, we're in a multiverse.
Yeah.
Here comes the Wonder Woman bursting through a wall.
Oh yeah, you're at that time.
I love the new music they gave Wonder Woman in this movie with like the chanting. I know it's become a meme because it happened so much in the movie, but I loved it.
Yeah. Green Lantern. I mean, I grew up with John Stewart. I haven't actually seen too much of Hal Jordan. I just know he's kind of like, the original one. And Ryan Reynolds, of course, but yeah, I mean, I saw mostly John Stewart, but I feel like Green Lantern needs some more attention. I feel like he's kind of fallen out of the spotlight over the last 10 years or so.
True. I agree with you. It was sad because guess what? Jeff Johns' Green Lantern was his version of Star Wars. By the way, Wonder Woman just did the rapid fire deflect. And I'm like, geez. And apparently Wonder Woman flies in this movie.
Right.
Patty Jenkins was not the first to make Wonder Woman fly. Zack did, and they cut it out. Alan Scott is the greatest, JSA forever. Okay, that's an interesting point. Isn't that the one where his power is like linked to magic? Lad, I thought that was
me. You're asking the wrong person. I thought you're asking Legion of Comics.
That too, Legion. But I'm pretty sure he was like a magic or something like that for Alan Scott. Yes, magic. There you go.
So A Troubled Green mentioned that Hawkgirl was her favorite character, or her favorite character that wasn't in the Justice League movie. Who has, like, Jared and people and everyone in the chat, who's like your favorite Justice League member you want to see in live action, like, from the animated series in live action?
That hasn't been live action?
That hasn't been live action yet.
Oh, by the way, here's Alan Scott's weakness. Wood.
Wait, what?
Literally, his weakness is wood.
What is that? What, really? You're joking?
I don't know.
What? Can we get a fact check on that?
Trust me, Legion knows his stuff.
Wow, that's crazy. Wood.
I know, isn't that horrible?
Yeah, that's funny.
So, Justice League member that hasn't been in live action that I want to see in live action.
Yeah.
I would say probably, well-known Justice Leaguers. I would say that's a tough one because a lot of the main ones has been in live action. I am the fact check. I am the Senate.
You are. Fact check. Oh, okay,
National
okay,
Legion.
okay. I won't question you. I won't question you again. I'm sorry.
I would have to say mine would probably be Booster Gold.
Booster Gold.
He's the greatest superhero you've never heard of. Sadly, can't
Supposedly,
say. Getting ready to run to the grocery store, but have fun. Maybe I'll watch it tonight. It's been a minute. Yeah, absolutely. Shovel Green. See you later.
yeah. So, Booster Gold's pretty cool character. I don't know who would I pick to be in it, because we're gonna get a lot of new heroes in the Black Adam movie. So that's pretty cool.
And
a lot of JSA.
Alan Scott is going to be in the Green Lantern movie, then in the new one they're making right now.
Oh, okay.
Who is the last? Oh, Modern Lanterns. Modern Lantern didn't work on Yellow till Rebirth story, not era. Addressed the weakness and got rid of it. Yeah, exactly. So the way they explained it, lad, is that so for the longest time, Hal was weak to the color yellow, just the color yellow.
I know. That's what I grew up with, because I watched Super Friends, and I'm like, all right, Green Lantern's power is literally the color yellow. So like, if you like surround him in a yellow ball in one of the episodes, he was completely defenseless. He had no way of defending himself. So I thought that was great. I wish it stayed that way. They changed it, and I think, right?
Yeah, they didn't change it. They kind of explained it, and what they said is that Parallax, the entity of fear, was actually contained in the central power battery. That's the way they explained it.
I see.
So I'm like, okay, at least they gave some explanation behind that.
I consider Super Friends to be like the canon of DC lore. You know, just like that's where I get my knowledge from.
Oh, here's more information. Parallax was imprisoned in the powder battery. He was released. Yeah, that's why.
I see.
And that's also, they retcon. That's how Hal Jordan turned evil in I think it was Emerald Twilight Legion, where he became Parallax.
Mm-hmm.
It was after the death of Superman. It was also the cause because he went crazy. By the way, for those of you that are following along, I'm at 2722. And Steppenwolf is about to reemerge from the boom tube.
Mm-hmm.
So, lad, let me ask you this: what was your reaction to seeing the new Steppenwolf design?
Oh yeah, I really liked the new design. It felt a lot better. He was bulkier than before. I thought he was a little too lanky before. Like, he looked like some sort of weird, like, tall, lanky human guy with like a weird, like, animalish face, like too like uncanny, the face, honestly. Like, it was really kind of creepy.
He looked like an evil Liam Neeson.
Yeah, it's what he looked like.
Did he look like Liam Neeson?
Yeah, you're right. He did look like Liam Neeson. No.
And then with this one, he literally emerges. He's got like spike armor.
Yeah, I like the armor. The armor's cool. I like how it will, move away sometimes. It'll form around him. His face. The face is like 100 times better. Like, the old face was horrible. Yes, absolute beast in this version comics. This is so much better. I love the eyes, how they're bigger. Kind of feels more like personality to them. Just the whole face was cool.
I love this. And here's a good line that they cut. Show him your fear. We have no fear. I'm like, what? A lot of this just made Joss Whedon and Warner Brothers look like idiots, right?
Yeah.
And I was having a conversation with Gabe El-Taib about this. He's a former DC colorist, and he said that, like, these executives need to stop telling creatives what to do. Just hire them to do the job and get out of the way.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Another thing I like a lot more in this is that the Whedon cut was too, like, oversaturated.
Yeah.
It's great. And yes, I'm looking at Steppenwolf just wreck Amazons. Jeez. That spike armor is so cool.
The spike armor was really good.
And what they said behind the scenes is that they used it as a way to, like, express, like, Steppenwolf's emotions. Like, whenever he, like, spikes out, he's angry. Snyder knows these characters. Here's Legion of Comics. Snyder knows these characters well and is very specific about everything he does. Warner Brothers sucks at what they did. Yeah, exactly. Warner Brothers does not know what to do about the characters that they own the rights to.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame.
I'm like, this is so crazy. Oh, and then here's the Amazons all kind of dying. I'm at 3012.
I thought he's using his tranquilizer axe to stun them.
Tranquilizer axe. Wow.
Well, to like stun them, right? Like electrical stun, and then because it has like all that electricity sparking off the tip of it, right? And then they're like stunned or something.
It's crazy. Yeah, stun axe. This is what I have to deal with, people.
Does Batman use guns in this movie?
Yeah, he does. He uses a parademon gun.
Yeah, I thought Batman doesn't. I thought Batman doesn't use guns.
Yeah, in fact, when we were watching this movie for the first time, I turned to line and I'm like, oh my gosh, he's using a parademon gun.
It's like,
oh, and also this is a dude that has a machine gun strapped to the Batmobile.
Yeah, it's like, those are meant for fighting aliens and stuff.
Oh, a triple M22. Wait, wrong one. Hang on. A 4-hour masterpiece. Yes, it is. Oh, and here's more with Legion. The sliding archer, when Steph comes down with the axe, she's dead from the energy before the axe even comes down on her. Yeah, that is so cool. Because if you notice, yeah, the lightning hits her first. That was one of the things that was really cool. So
and that tranquilizes her. It tranquilizes instead.
So I'm at the part where the whole tomb falls into the ocean.
Yeah.
Because if you notice in the Whedon version, he just cuts his way out, and then it just stays there.
I feel like there could have been a better place to hide the mother box. They kind of like, do they stand around the mother box like that for like if the last?
They just rotate out guards. Look at this way. It's better than what Man did. We just dug a hole and left it there.
They found the Man one was found last. Okay, right?
That's because they got it and moved it.
Okay, I just think the Amazonians it's like kind of like in like a building. Like they could have put it buried underground with more traps. Like I feel were they all just standing there for the last 100 years, just like, all right, it's finally happening.
It's finally happening. Here we go.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they didn't expect teleportation. I mean, I don't think they have the most advanced.
Oh wait, they were fighting. They know they're fighting apocalyptians. What do you mean they don't know? They don't understand teleportation.
Do they remember teleportation? I don't know. Like,
also was there in the history lesson when Darkseid came down.
Okay, the history lesson, but yeah, I guess during that they did.
And by the way, here's another part that was in this version that was taken out. Darkseid.
Mm-hmm.
Before it was just Stepperwolf, he's a conqueror. I think you got the wrong guy.
Yeah. Darkseid was great. Thought they faithfully adapted him from Super Friends to here.
You with that Super Friends.
He was a really good overarching villain.
The behind the scenes of the Super Friends cartoon, they were like, it took a lot to get a character named Darkseid on the show because there was so much more like censorship.
The episodes actually were. Characters. It was cool because before they were just fighting the Legion of Doom and other characters, but then I remember watching when the new season came and Darkseid was introduced as like a new villain. He actually was like scarier and seemed like more of a cosmic threat to the Super Friends. So
he was so much more. It's really really nuts.
I'd love to see more of Darkseid in live action. Like he's such a cool character.
By the way, the whole what I was recently watching is like the end of Justice League Unlimited, where Superman goes to Darkseid. I feel like I'm in a world, the original Steppenwolf story in the Snyder cut. Ooh, triple M22. That's right. They actually gave him a story.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? What?
Yeah, I really liked his objective in that movie, where he wanted to go back home.
And here's the thing. I'm like, why would you do it's like I am convinced that Whedon and Warner Brothers wanted to intentionally sabotage this movie and make it lose money because there's no logical sense behind anything that they did.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Oh, by the way, so here's another behind the scenes story for the Snyder Cut. So Junkie XL, he was the composer for this. So when Justice League was originally coming out, he had a whole score made up, almost done. But when the Snyder Cut was announced, he threw out that old score and redid this, and that's like I think it was 9 months between announcement and release.
Really?
Yeah, so all his newer music, he was conquering and causing a unlimited war and chaos to achieve personal peace. Are you talking about the Whedon one or the Snyder one, Legion? Right, Lad, your camera's out. While Lad experiences technical difficulties. Now I'm at the part where the 35:29. I'm at the end of part 1. I also felt Stepperwolf the Snyder Cut. Okay. By the way, I also felt Legion. You can tell me if you detected this too. His voice actually sounded different too. Like he sounded more booming and imposing than the Whedon cut. It's crazy. It's once again, it's like there's no way they didn't do this to sabotage Snyder, because it's like none of what they said actually makes logical sense. The Amazons are now firing arrows off of horseback. This is so dope. Now let me ask you this, for people that are watching. What would you say? What's the longest movie that you would watch? In other words, what's the longest that Zack could have made this? Would you have watched a 6-hour Justice League movie? Because that's the question right there. Personally, me, yes, because I'm the crazy dude that like watches all the long movies like Lord of the Rings and such. So I'll definitely watch like a really long movie. So now the Amazons are approaching Hippolyta as an Amazon dies from falling off a horse. They mentioned the universe. He's gone back to his universe. All right, Lad's back. Lad's back.
Still on Themyscira.
I thought you got snapped.
Not this time.
Yeah, because that happened last time, I think.
Yeah.
And they mentioned Diana.
Oh, we're at 62 subscribers now, Jared. It looks like it was at 60 like yesterday.
Dope. It was at 60 today. In terms of time code, I'm at 37:42 when Stepperwolf arrives at the nuclear wasted town, and we don't see a Russian family.
Boo!
I'm like, what?
That was when the little girl got the like bottle of Raid like thing. That was a good moment. Why did they cut that out?
It wasn't a good moment.
Restore the Justice League. Hashtag
you can watch Justice League. And according to Warner Brothers, it's canon. Although there's a lot of conflicting reports about what is it about what's going to happen in the Flash, because now it's being reported, Lad. Now take this with a heavy grain of salt, heavy grain of salt. That Flash is actually going to like establish this on its own world. It's not going to wipe out the Snyderverse like we originally thought. So it opens the door for everyone else doing their whole returning. Ben Affleck's Batman does not die. So it's likely we're going to get more of this.
Maybe.
And Zack has been super cryptic again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever Zack starts tweeting, that's when you have to pay attention. It's like a la the Final Crisis in his Thanksgiving post.
Yeah.
Remember that time? Jeez. And Final Crisis sold out of Amazon, even though it's a really hard to understand storyline.
Right. We covered Final Crisis, right? On the channel?
Yeah, we did. We did. We still don't understand what was going on. Legion, if you're still in here, do you understand what happened in Final Crisis?
Yeah, actually, I'd love to hear.
Because Legion knows what he's talking about, so I'd love to see
specifically the ending.
What? I'm sorry, Lad. What?
Specifically the ending.
Specifically the ending when Superman sings Dark Side's attack.
Did he find the harmonic chord and stuff?
Yeah. When I said that in the storyline, Lad goes, no way that no. What did he actually do? And I go, no, he actually sang him to death. And now we're at the part on Bruce's plane where he's talking to Alfred, and he doesn't say the exploding wind-up penguins.
Oh, Alfred was the best part of this movie.
I love Jeremy Irons' Alfred. He is great.
You mean Robert Downey Jr.?
I said Jonathan Irons is Alfred.
I know, but it looks whenever I saw the trailers of the movie way back, I thought it was Robert Downey Jr. It looked kind of like him.
You thought they switched the actors, looked like they did in Iron Man 2, and then it was just Robert Downey Jr.
I thought it was back like when the first the original Justice League came out in 2017, like seeing that character just like quickly in the trailer, I was like, is that Robert Downey Jr.? It just looked kind of familiar.
That would be interesting. He's actually Iron Man. It's the Marvel DC crossover.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of which, I got some raffle tickets from my local comic book store to enter to win the Avengers JLA crossover book. I know Legion actually has a copy, and I'm super jealous.
Nice.
So we'll see what happens. Fingers crossed, people. Now we're gonna. And now the janitor is about to be abducted by a parademon.
I want to know his story.
But what's kind of interesting is that if you notice the parademons, there are two types. Like one's more of the humanoid-looking one, the other one's more bug-like.
Yeah, that's true.
I thought that was really cool. I'm wondering if that has something to do with like the apocalyptic rank structure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be something like that.
Then again, nothing Zack does is ever like by accident, so I'm sure there's a reason for it. He's about to be taken. He's about to be taken. He's in a red room, and then he actually reacts with fear as opposed to just staring at like a CGI character. It was really weird because in the Whedon cut, he just stares at him like this, like, look. That's it.
Yeah.
And now the Amazons are about to fire the signal arrow. If you notice the drums, the drums actually sound like the Wonder Woman theme. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I had an issue, with the signal arrow. How do they know? How do they hit that specific spot with the arrow like 1,000 miles away? It's
the arrow of Artemis, dude, the goddess of the hunt.
So you're telling me like it's course corrects along the way?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
You really think wind affects like the weapons of the Greek gods?
Yeah, but it just feels like I don't know. It just feels like kind of weird. Like, why couldn't they just send like a raven?
Look at the engine. Of course, the engineer here is going to have like issues with the scientific probability of an arrow crossing the ocean.
Yeah.
Where we're in a universe where we have portals and cyborgs.
It's the same way how Steve Trevor and Wonder Woman managed to make it from Themyscira to the mainland like in one night.
Oh, look at this. Before we question the bow and arrow, how is Superman? Yeah, exactly. We have a dude that gets powers from the sun, lad.
No, that checks out. Okay, that checks out. Actually, I just that works. But I
have
bow and arrow was my problem.
I have a book. It's called The Anatomy of Metahumans, and it's like Batman, but he's telling you like the scientific explanation for like all these different characters, like Darkseid, Superman, Cyborg. It's really cool. There goes the arrow, lad's favorite part.
What if you blow it? Like, what if like the person that's firing it it falls out of the arrow and it falls into the ocean, and it like drops down the cliff and falls into the ocean? It's like, oops, and I gotta go.
And watch it jump off the cliff and then skip all the way there, like a rock.
This thing like have a homing beacon on it. It's like kind of very, very specific.
Once again, lad, we're in, and there's the Louvre. I have been there.
Mm-hmm.
I just love how Lad's trying to indicate the scientific accuracies of DC. By the way, it's kind of funny. Like a couple years back, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and said that Marvel is the most scientifically accurate universe. And I'm like, wait a second, Magic
That's scientifically
gods,
accurate.
and time travel and portals. Yeah, realistic.
It's
At
just
least now.
teleportation, bro.
Teleportation, yeah, I know. At least this one actually just opens a wormhole.
Yeah.
Jeez. But it really is hard to believe, lad, that we're on a year of this movie, right?
Yeah, it's really wild. Really cool. You know, a year later, it's on the streaming service, so everyone can just check it out, watch it whenever.
And guess what? Internationally, it's now on Netflix.
Oh, that's really cool.
So now more people can make those numbers go up.
Yeah, more people can check it out and watch it on Netflix, I guess.
And further, the calls to restore the Snyderverse.
Mm-hmm.
There's Ryan Cho.
Thought he was a cool character.
And for those of you that don't know, he is the Atom.
Yeah, I liked his character.
Mm-hmm. And then obviously also Cyborg's dad. I liked him more in this movie than in the previous. Let me put it this way. I'm just going to tell you in advance, I liked everything more in this movie than the last one. So I'm going to leave out that addendum that I just put in there. But I really like Silas Stone's character in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to make up for not being there for Cyborg during like his football games, because that's exactly what happens in the comics. My tweet has 951 likes, lad.
Wow, that's awesome.
Then we have the Kryptonian ship. That was basically the ship from Man of Steel that just crashed. And they show the bat sketch. That actually is a parademon, but looks way different.
Let's see what time.
So for anyone new who just came in, what's your favorite part of the Snyder Cut? Drop it in the link in the chat.
So I gotta head out now, Jared. So
all right,
I'm gonna leave the watch party to you guys. Keep
Adios,
having fun, enjoy,
brother. And Legion's here, so I got another guy. We have Legion of Comics. What's up, brother?
Oh, she's back there, Monkey. Nothing much, man. It's getting ready to go to my son's first school function.
All right, that sounds like a blast.
Yeah, it's going to be like watching Pee Wee soccer game, I'm sure.
Awesome.
I bet.
Yeah.
You take that seriously. Every goal counts. You gotta keep the refs, make sure they're
You
paying
just watch
attention.
the horde like scutter as it moves.
Yeah, exactly.
Release the Krakens.
Yeah. Try to
That's
hop
a
in here
Legion.
for a minute while I got a minute.
What's your favorite part of the Snyder Cut? It's the Flash scene, right?
That's probably the most like moving scene, but I don't know. Like going back in retrospect, I think it's when Clark's walking through the Fortress of Solitude,
Yeah.
and like all the people that were ever critical of the way that they played his origin in Man of Steel or this or that, you hear all the dialogue from Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, from Jor-El to Jonathan to that moment, how it was all meant to culminate in this moment where he's like, "Now fly, my son." And I'm just like, "Oh my god, I got goosebumps right now
fixed
talking
that.
about
And
it."
I'm like,
Oh
if
my
you
God.
give the dude a chance.
I like
So
tear
many
up
people.
and cheer because you finally get Superman's full arc at that moment. At that flight is where he is the Superman that everybody comes to expect Superman to be. We got the opportunity to see him become that person, and it all culminates right there. And that's like the birth. And it took his death to get the true birth of Superman in the DCEU, and it was in that moment, and that just did it for me.
Yeah, he's super. That's why when he comes down against Stepperwolf, he's like, "I'm not impressed, bro," and he just proceeds
God, I loved it.
to smash the crap out of Stepperwolf.
Dude, it was in the little details of the fight as well, because he there's that one scene where he uppercuts Steppenwolf, and the moment he uppercuts him, he just puts both arms down and looks up and he takes off. And then you immediately see the camera change, and he's coming down from like a mile up already. Like he uppercuts him, took up to get some runway to come and put him right back down. I'm like,
and he burns off his horn. He just burns off the horn, and I'm like, oh jeez.
Yeah. It was awesome.
Can you imagine if we got this in theaters, the theatrical reaction to the axe coming down? You hear the metal clang too. That's the other thing, is that when it didn't. You actually heard it hit Superman's shoulder, and it was like clang, and he's like, "Okay, bro."
And just the ease, he just
it's totally nonchalant, as opposed to in the Whedon cut where he was like.
His entrance in the Whedon cut was fun, and it hit us with the John Williams score when he has a little line, which is great. But I mean, it doesn't have the build up. It doesn't have the rest of the movie to carry you to that moment like the Snyder cut does, and he doesn't have a mustache. So
you can actually see his whole face and not cringe.
Oh, they should bring the mustache back.
No, they shouldn't.
I think it's funny how confident Whedon was with the bad special effects that he included. The opening of his version is the bad special effects.
That was such a bad move, honestly. Like, I mean, you want to make a bad movie decisions, but like, do you have to start off with like the worst part?
And he thought he was bragging or something. He's like, "Hey, check out what we did," and we're all like, "What did you do?"
He looked like he had just like gone to the dentist and his mouth was numb. That's what he looked like. I'm like, what?
It was such a bad look.
Very scary.
Hope it's like a car keys. You'll never. I forget what that line is. It's so forgettable. But I was like, oh, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, put it down, but it's not that far away or something like that.
And now we're up to the introduction of Aquaman, where he's in the bar drinking, and then he leaves. Now, the one part of the Whedon cut I will say was pretty dope is when he's walking on and it plays like it, Yankee Thump.
All right, talking about the soundtrack for the Whedon cut.
Yeah.
Like individually, that song is a little bit more hype, but when you listen to all the lyrics of the songs that play in the Snyder cut, nothing is on accident. And the song that Snyder plays is about a king who has lost his kingdom. So it's setting the tone again. And I'm not watching it. I've seen this movie more than whoever it was that said 17 times in the chat. Like I throw it on the TV every other weekend, is at least in the background. Like,
you're more than 17.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, wow.
I watched it more than 5 times in the first week that it came out. Like it was insane. I'm one of the people on the East Coast, so we set the alarms in my house and got up at 3 a.m. and it was a thing while the kids slept, and I was live streaming by 7 o'clock that morning with a panel of people that did the same thing. This was it for me. I'm not one of those toxic Snyder fans, but I'm also one of those people that lived through the Donner cut becoming a thing and knew that this should happen. This has to happen. Mm-hmm. I'm not stopping till it does. I'm not going to like go out there and be a troll about it or anything, but the hashtag is pretty powerful these days.
Who knows? The Ayer cut could also happen because apparently there's a better version of Suicide Squad out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't even supposed to have the neon color scheme to it. That was after the fact. The first trailer for that movie that came out didn't have that. David Ayers doesn't do neon. Like, look at some of the stuff that he's done.
Right.
But I'm also a weird person. I recognize the Suicide Squad's flaws. I understand people's critique of it, but I absolutely enjoy that movie. I don't know if you can tell I'm a Suicide Squad fan. There's the
there you go.
First appearance of the modern Suicide Squad, the first appearance of the real Suicide Squad and Rick Flag predating the Justice League. Like Ostrander's first run, and then all the McFarlane figures from the big box thing that they did.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't Steppenwolf supposed to also show up in the Ayer cut?
I don't know.
I thought I saw in like concept art that a Steppenwolf was going to at least show up as a cameo and then just leave.
That'd be kind of cool. I'm not sure where they would have put it in there based on what we've seen, but decent writing, you can do anything. It's comic books.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Enchantress's brother, that was not in the original cut of Suicide Squad.
I thought he looked cool though, man. He looked really cool.
It's true.
He glowing energy inside, like his armor like leafed off of his body and stuff, and the Aztec. I don't know. I thought they did good with Enchantress. It was like they deviated from just the girl in the green tunic with the giant witch's hat.
Mm-hmm.
We got some cool looking stuff with her, and I don't know. I thought it was like the whole concept of her just standing in one place the whole time, like just constantly building this machine. Like you probably could have destroyed the whole world if you just went for a walk and did it. Just
Here's
let
my
your
problem
brother
with
go
Suicide
out there and
Squad.
keep doing that thing.
My one critique I have about Suicide Squad, and I agree with this critique. So you have a giant sky beam blasting there. You have people being mush monsters. Where's Batman or Wonder Woman? Should they show up?
That's my book.
Giant sky beams, there's so many of them. You get distracted. You have to. There was something else going on.
That's true, but you get what I'm saying, right? It's like
giant sky beam. Justice
it's
League.
like I think Honest Trailers did a joke about this, where they were like, for the Marvel movies, they go, when the world was almost thrown into a darkness, the Avengers didn't assemble. When she was revealed to be Hydra, the Avengers didn't assemble.
But into context, what you asked at the beginning of the discussion, wasn't Steppenwolf supposed to have a cameo? And if that's the case, we know that Batman was working on the mother box situation and all that. Like, I don't know, maybe in the original concepting, they couldn't be there because they were in the grips of the Justice League stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Triple M, are you talking about Suicide Squad or the Snyder Cut? I'm a little confused because we keep talking about two movies.
I like the opening of both of them.
Yeah, that's true. The opening of both. I did like how they showed the intro for each of the members of the Suicide Squad. Those little graphics that will come up. It's like Deadshot has like a stream of shells falling on him.
Did you ever watch the DC animated Batman Arkham, whatever that was a Suicide movie? Or Assault on Arkham?
Yeah.
They did that in that as well. It was pretty cool.
Oh, here's Desaad. And for those who don't know, I'm at 5704.
704. All right, I gotta jump now, guys. So I made it through like a quarter of the movie, but I have.
All right, lad, you survived.
Now, so I'll leave you guys to it. Have some fun. Keep the party going in my absence.
All right, lads. Just see you later, brother. All right, so and this is another thing I think that was like really stupid that they took out, was like all the apocalypse stuff. And once again, like you said in the chat, everything was Steppenwolf.
Hey again, I have a hectic household.
It's all right. Well, it's like one of this is another thing that I can't believe they took out, which was all the apocalypse stuff. And like you said in the chat, everything was Steppenwolf. I'm like, what?
Actually gave context to the character where they did it before on a lot of different levels. And I like just even the amount of times like he checks in like with Desaad and everything, like you get that sense of longing for home, and I don't know, it was night and day, the difference with Steppenwolf. As you can see, I'm a Snyder Cut.
Yeah, me too, man. Behind my chair, I got all the McFarlanes that I got on there.
Yeah,
I also have a couple of the Justice League Snyder Cut variants and single issues.
Yeah, that's what those are up there. All three of them slabbed. Now I've got the black and white versions that were the ratios, the 25, 50, and 100. Those I do not have slabbed yet.
I'm entered to win an Avengers JLA book, so I'm waiting to see what happens with that. I'll know in April. That's right. Rub it in, why don't you?
I've got two.
Oh, jeez.
I'm giving one away as a part of my channel member monthly giveaway this month.
That's a hell of a deal.
And I'm entered to win a third one tomorrow at one of the local shops here.
Mm-hmm. I'll know in April when whether or not I win.
It's a long time from now.
Yeah. Well, I got 25 tickets, so I know there are some crazy people that'll buy like 1,000 of them, but I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to spend $1,000 on them.
How much were the tickets?
$1 each.
Okay. So I went and bought 12 tickets today for the local raffle for the comic shop that's doing it here. They're selling them at $5 a piece, and that's just because I want to get another one to use as a giveaway too. Just because there's a lot of people out there who don't have access to them, and it's a charity one. You know, they're not keeping the profits. They're just going to the cancer organization here locally.
Mhm.
So you don't really feel bad if you lose, kind of thing. You know.
Yeah.
Like, which I'm like, yeah, I'll give you this much. But I got this one from Cover for my LCS, and I scored another one from one of my channel members that had ordered one, but now he's having to come off a lot of his stuff. So I got it off of him for a good price. I'm just going to turn it around and put it back in a giveaway that he's entered in. So hopefully he wins his own book back.
I'm wondering, do you think that eventually they'll just redo it too? In other words, they'll have a second printing?
This isn't the only collected volume of this. This isn't the only way you can get it. You can buy the floppies for cheaper than you can buy this version. You can buy the first collected version, which is probably is done. It disappeared off eBay in places at the hype of this one. But this one has just got that. The only thing that's different in this versus the collected before is the afterwords by Kurt Busiek. You have two forwards in it, Julie Schwartz, Stan Lee in the previous one. You have a lot of the bonus materials, 288 pages, 64 pages of it are bonus content. Like, this isn't the first attempt at this. Jim Shooter shot down the first attempt. Oh, let me pull that down. There you go. There you go. What do I do?
And for those of you that are watching the stream right now, I am at 1 hour, 1 minute at the history lesson scene. With the extended history lesson scene with more Green Lantern, and it's actually Darkseid who jumps out of the ship.
But yeah, the previous one had the bonus content from the first time they attempted to do the crossover, and Jim Shooter was editor-in-chief at Marvel at the time, and he kept nitpicking it, and this character in continuity shouldn't be on Earth, they shouldn't be able to be involved in it, and their power set just changed, and I guess the idea of just like a standalone cool event was beyond him, and as they were trying to work it out, Perez started working on some pages, and then it got canceled. So those pages that he did are included in the back as well.
Awesome. Yeah, so my plan is if I don't win it, I'll just try and find the floppies, because the floppies are actually pretty decently priced.
Yeah, I've got all the floppies, and then number 4, I've got slabbed in a 9.8 because it's like one of the coolest Superman images to have ever existed in comic history.
Is that the one with him who in Cap, Shield, and Mjolnir? Yeah, that is the coolest Superman image. And
it's a wraparound, so he dominates the front cover, but you get this cool image of like the two Earths colliding on the back cover.
Oh, that's dope. That is dope. Well, it's kind of interesting. Of all the characters to be worthy of wielding Mjolnir, it would be Superman.
Oh, yeah.
The issue I had with like the DC crossover before this is that Wonder Woman grabs Thor's hammer and goes, "This wouldn't be fair," and she puts it down, and then she gets beaten by Storm. I'm like, who? What?
Well, in all fairness, if somebody is worthy to pick up that hammer and it's not their hammer, I mean, part of that worthiness would be calling that fair fight. You know what I mean?
That's true, but it's like
have a history of not being good with electricity recently.
Yeah. Well, and again, we all know DC is not exactly a big fan of Wonder Woman, apparently, because they keep either undermining her or like not giving her a character-defining run. And we've said this on the show many times that Wonder Woman needs that character-defining run like what George Perez gave her.
Keep in mind the Marvel versus DC event, that was all voted on by the fans, those individual fights.
I'm like, who voted that Storm beats Wonder Woman, though?
X-Men was the most popular comic on the planet at the time.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I can see that. That explains it.
X-Men's didn't lose fights in that at all. Like Wolverine beat Lobo and all that kind of stuff. It was in essence a popularity contest, which is fine. Okay. It's still fun.
Yeah, okay. It's still dope.
I'm about to hop off here and get ready to pack the kids up and get to this event. It was good actually hopping on with you.
Yeah, hell yeah. Always
Appreciate
welcome.
the invite. We'll gonna have to do it again sometime.
All right.
And you'll probably still be going when I get back. So
yeah,
I'll try to hop back on when I get back.
Okay, cool.
And then we'll be to the good stuff.
Yes.
The real good stuff.
All right, I'll see you, brother.
All right, take it easy.
All right, so now, yes, I'm on the part where, okay, Ares is about to act Stepperwolf, dark side in the shoulder. I have Whedon cut in the mind. This whole scene was so much more epic. And by the way, I am on an hour 04. Then we get the epic, like, the final battle scene. They're still fighting. Darkseid's being brought in, and he's going to faint because he's got blood loss. And yes, here comes the epic battle. Oh man, this is great. All right, so let's check the tweets. Let's check our tweets to see what is going on with the Restore the Snyderverse. 331,000 tweets. Nice. Keep it going, people. Keep it going. Let's keep it going. I will contribute. Let's see what else is going on. So we now, yeah, we're going to see the part where apparently man's idea to hide the mother box for some reason is to just dig a hole. And by the way, the dude in the background, as they like hammer it out of sand, is Ray Porter, the actor who plays Darkseid. So it's a nice little cameo there. That's it. For those of you that just came in, what is your favorite part of the Snyder Cut? And by the way, we are at 1:07:40 if you guys want to watch along with me. We're at the part where they're showing how each like tribe, I guess, hid the mother boxes. And it still blows my mind that mankind's idea to hide a mother box is just drop it in a hole. I'm like, well, that's accurate. That's what most people would do, I guess. We are and yeah, there's the hole, and there's that dude in the background on the horse that everyone thinks is Batman because in Final Crisis, Batman goes back in time. So that would be actually kind of cool if that's actually Ben Affleck's Batman. Maybe just drop the dirt on the box. It still like astounds me how much was even taken out of the history lesson scene, because it's like because it was just so much better, because you had like all the different armies, you had the Greek gods actually doing stuff, you had the Green Lantern, an actual zoom in on the Green Lantern. Speaking of which, that Green Lantern photo was so awesome. And we're now at part 3. Beloved Mother, Beloved Son. We are now at the cyborg origin part. You're going to get... Well, first we're going to start off with Barry Allen's reduced speed ahead. I love that. We're now at Central City. And here comes the Barry Allen actually using the Speed Force, which, again, why was this part cut out? All the stuff that was cut out, there's like no way you could possibly justify this. It's freaking ridiculous. And we get the car accident part. Barry Allen's going full Speed Force. Zoom in on a poppy seed. And then we get Barry Allen with the what is it? The hot dog scene. That was hilarious. And I love how what Snyder had Barry do is like, yes, Snyder cut. All right. Yes. I love how Barry had to be careful when he was like maneuvering Iris, because he's showing realistically that if Barry touched at full speed, he like launch her because of the velocity. And then he grabs the hot dog. They immediately explain why he grabbed the hot dog. I love Ezra Miller's Barry Allen. I think he was one of the best. What do you guys think? And then we have now I'm on the scene. I'm at 1:14:10 with the parademons pulling the Atlanteans out of the water. He's about to interrogate the Atlanteans. Yes. I just love Stepperwolf's voice. It just looks so cool. Then we have Lois Lane being all depressed because of Clark. I did like how they also showed like her going through the trauma of what happened to her. Yeah, this movie is fantastic. And then you get the forced Wonderbat thing, which I'm like, no, stop it. Wonderbat makes no sense. Changed my mind. Never seeing all the BVS scenes. And now here comes one of the most criminal exclusions from the Snyder Cut. By the way, I am at 1:17:42. We're starting the Victor Stone part, which once again is the absolute dumbest thing they could have done, is taking this part out. Particularly, it's just, it's nuts because you had this opportunity to have a great role model for people who's overcome trauma and all this heartbreak, and then you have this. And then they took it out and made Cyborg basically a joke character. That's the real you know, it's kind of funny. Previous to this, when I was watching when the Ray Fisher stuff started coming out, when all the Ray Fisher starting to come out specifically, I was thinking, I'm like, why is Ray Fisher in such a bad mood? Now I understand. It all makes a lot more sense. It makes 100% a lot of sense about why Ray Fisher was so upset, because look what they did. First off, you have this fantastic football sequence that I'm on right now, and they just left it out. It's unbelievable. It's really stupid. I'm just wondering what the heck Joss Whedon was thinking. Besides, let me just cut out all the black characters and make them all jokes. Yeah, that's gonna play well. It's nuts. And then there's the empty seat for Silas Stone. It's crazy how this part was left out. And And then here comes the accident that's going to lead to him becoming cyborg. It's really, again, they cut this out. I'm like, what? Why would you cut this out? And then there you go. There's the car accident. And then here's him becoming. So he's cyborg now, and then here's the whole. Now we're getting to the part where we're seeing an actual explanation of what cyborg can do, because they're really establishing that he is a god in his own right because of how technologically like integrated our world is. So he pretty much dominates. Yeah, I love this. He plays the whole tape recorder, and then you get the whole like overlay about what Cyborg can do. This whole movie is so masterful. I'm like really like surprised at how really good this movie is. And we're getting sort of what I like about this scene, and we're getting the Cyborg learning about his powers. And the first time he flies, and what I think this is really cool is that this is sort of like reminiscent of the Man of Steel scene where he was learning how to fly. He kind of fell, and then now he understands how to fly. We get the cyborg mask that actually comes up, which I love. We get all the nukes just hanging out there and just throws them away. I love that visual. Now it's him learning to fly. The actual mask. Now we're seeing the waitress, and we're establishing how desperate she is monetarily, and then he's gonna like have her win that sweepstakes. Quick drop in the chat for those that are here. What's your favorite cyborg moment from the movie? Okay, the Snyder cut. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, the opening with Superman was just super dope. Triple M. I'm wondering, can I like? I'm wondering, could I stream the movie? Yeah, this year she wins $100,000. As a father, he crushes it. There's the Parademon showing up to check out Victor's dad. To try and find the mother box. Let's see. Make your own future, make your own past. It's all right there. I love that. It's perfect mirroring of what's going to happen later in the movie. I am at right now 1 hour and a half. Right now, Barry Allen just walked in and met Bruce Wayne. I love that he just dropped the Gorilla Sign Language thing, which was the indication that Gorilla Grodd exists. I do very competitive ice dancing. Take this. I love that. I'm rich. Love that. Alfred trying to show Wonder Woman how to make tea. That's dope. That's hilarious. The new gauntlets. I love this. I love the gauntlet part because it kind of shows that like Bruce Wayne's trying to copy off of Diana. This is so good. Black, of course. Establishing more of the tea. I love this part. Then Cyborg takes over the computer and says, "Meet me here." Well, that's not ominous at all. It's definitely not ominous. The dateline. Once again, I love how, and then we're going to get, again, so now I'm at, let's see, what's my watch time? I'm trying to get the mouse there. An hour 36. And what I like about the scene is Wonder Woman's about to get out of the car. And here's how you know it's not Whedon. Because in this part, the camera's not like right on Wonder Woman's butt as soon as she gets out of the car. And because with the Whedon, there was way too many butt shots. And I'm like, hey, Jared, been enjoying content on your channel. A big Superman fan. Just wondering what your favorite Superman comic can pick up the gateway. That is a good question, Man of Steel V2. My favorite Superman comic probably is, if I had to guess, it is All-Star Superman by Grant Morrison, because what I think that establishes and what's so great about that comic book is it really gets to the core of who Superman is. And the specific part that I'm talking about that really like captures who Superman is was when so during this whole incident with Lex Luthor, Superman hears this girl's about to commit suicide. So he stops everything and just races over to go help her. And then she's about to jump. Superman turns her and she's about to jump, and behind her she hears a voice saying, "You are so much stronger than you really than you think you are." And then she turns around and hugs Superman. That really gets to the core of what Superman is. And this is what I tell people whenever they are saying that Superman's a boring character. He's like all this powerful. And I'm like, yeah, Superman has all the powers, but he's also an ideal. He's the inspiration of the DC universe. And that's really like one of the most important keys of Superman ultimately. That's again why he is, like you, my favorite Superman, my favorite comic book character of all time, because of that inspirational value of the character himself. Right. So Man of Steel V2, real quick, put in the chat. What'd you think of the Snyder cut scene where Stepperwolf's about to kill Cyborg and then the axe comes down and hits Superman's shoulder and he goes, "I'm not impressed, bro." I think that is ultimately, the thing that's dope about that scene is that it's on that level of Grant Morrison where it's showing that Superman is this inspirational character. He's this very up character, because that Superman at that point, I think, is less dark than he was in like BVS, which I was a big fan of BVS. It's not, I wasn't like anti-Snyder. Obviously, I'm a Zack Snyder fan. And I saw where it was going to from all along the three movies, but when he shows up with the axe and you get the Man of Steel theme, I think that establishes that he is Superman now, pretty much. The axe comes down, he cracks a joke, and then he like throws around Steppenwolf, like essentially like he did in Justice League Unlimited when he was fighting Darkseid. That's my take on it. I would love to hear your take on it. Right now, I'm at the part where Cyborg is burying the mother box, because that worked so well last time. Now we're back in the gate. Once again, I'm at 140.11. Everybody been enjoying some of your videos on the channel? Like, comment, subscribe, man. If you have any other like ideas on what content you want us to cover, particularly Superman related content, I'm glad you're enjoying it. So we're showing the electron laser like superheats things. You're looking at the hottest thing on Earth. That's what I told him. I love this. Exacting cinema property. I love that. And I once again, the thing that really like kind of both. So when I saw this movie, the thing about it is that, yes, I was very hyped about it and it was so great. I was also very angry, and my chief reason for my rage was the fact that they took a fantastic superhero movie, which was this, and I'm convinced that if this had been released, not the whatever the Hal Whedon made, if this had been released in 2017, we would have had the other Zack Snyder the other Snyderverse projects that were planned to come out, like Gotham City Sirens, Nightwing, The Batman, and Justice League Part 2 and 3, obviously. So that's like one of the key points that I'm like, couldn't we have just gotten that? And now Silas Stone is kidnapped by a parademon. And now we get the debut of Jim Gordon. By the way, the dude that talks to him, the cop that he has the whole conversation about Batman with, that is, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Spectre. Obviously, he's probably not the Spectre yet, but I love how he says reality challenge. But I believe that's the actual dude that will eventually turn into the Spectre. I love that, the huge bow with huge fangs. I love this. I really like J.K. Simmons as Gordon. I think he really nails it. What do you guys think of the Jim Gordon in the Snyder cut? Let me know. And we have the parademons bringing Silas to the tunnels. Once again, this all looks so dope. I still can't believe that we got the Whedon cut when we could have had this. By the way, let's do a quick check on the tweeting of the Snyder cut. I believe it's at almost 350,000. I completely agree. It's definitely a moment where you see a lighter side of Clark in that moment. Yeah, exactly. Exactly my point. Because, yeah, I understand the criticism some people had with BVS, and that Superman is pretty much brooding almost the entire movie. But when you notice that he doesn't really, even in that movie, he has the Superman moment at the end when he sacrifices himself for humanity, despite humanity kind of spitting on him. And that ultimately also gets to the core of Superman. But I also love the moment where the axe connects and there's even an audible flinch. Yes. And to add to that, Man of Steel, what else is really cool, my other favorite part is that, yes, when it connects, you also hear the steel clang because he's the Man of Steel and his skin's invincible. That's the other part that I really think is dope. He doesn't even flinch. Steppenwolf's in trouble. Not only does he not even flinch, he just goes, I'm not impressed. He just nonchalantly okay, I'm gonna take care of this guy. As opposed to in the Snyder cut, in the Whedon cut, where he goes, I'm like, that was so stupid. But yeah, exactly. That one part, especially, yeah, exactly when he doesn't even flinch and Steppenwolf's like, I particularly also like when he shatters the axe and Steppenwolf's like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? Anyway, going back to what I was saying. Superman also showed the Superman-ness when at the end of BVS when he sacrificed himself, because what that establishes again is that no matter what, even if you spit on Superman, no matter what, he will save you. He will find a way to save you. He will give his life if need be. And that's the core of the character Superman. Man, still, you can back me up on this as a fellow Superman fan. No matter what, Superman's gonna save you. Heck, when Doomsday emerged from the Kryptonian pod, he threw a punch at Lex Luthor. Superman still saved Lex Luthor's life, and he just and this is after Lex captured Martha. And now we're in Atlantis, by the way, in the movie. If you're watching along with me, I'm at 1:45:55. We're at the underwater fight scene, which looks so cool. I like when Steppenwolf emerges, the whole helmet closes over his head as armor. But anyway, go back to what I said. That's why, yes, because in BVS he's going through what we all go through. Once again, it's a realistic Superman, and when it comes to Because it's a real Superman. And then what Superman was going through is that period of doubt. I don't know if I can help these people. So at the end of it, he realized, you know what, they are worth saving. Ultimately, they are worth saving. Even Batman says at the very end of the movie, at Superman's funeral, he says, men are still good. We fight. We hurt each other. But ultimately, we're still good. Oh, and also, in case you want to report him on now, Mara is extracting the water and blood from Steppenwolf. And now it's just like, I'm like, again, why did you take this out? This is so... You didn't even have to show the blood. You could have just shown the water, and that's it. But I'm like, why haven't we seen more of this? Now, drop in the chat, Man of Steel, what you would want to see in a Man of Steel 2. Or anyone in the chat, too. What would you want to see in a Man of Steel 2? The axe comes down, and then there is our good boy Arthur emerges. Let's do a social media check. And then Arthur with the tattoos and the beard, he looks dope and badass as hell. We have got 349,000 tweets. Not bad, considering we have a good whiles to go. Still, Arrow is trending #1 in the United States, so there you go. And we're getting the so this is basically like what happened in the Whedon Cut with Steppenwolf, like a bull going right into Arthur, and now he gets a box 2 and just flies away. Let me ask you this also, Man of Steel 2, if you drop in the chat if you're still here. Well, as a Superman fan, what was your opinion of Man of Steel? Not Man of Steel, but Batman versus Superman, because I know that was really controversial with the DC fandom, and the backlash to BVS also led to more or less what happened with Justice League. Also, Mara has a British accent in this movie, and that threw me off the first time I saw that movie. I was like, oh, okay, what? That makes one of us. Yeah, I love that. I like the extended dialogue where we get in this interaction with Arthur and Mara. And what I think is kind of interesting is that one of the points that was brought up is, why do they talk in an air bubble? And that's also because in this movie they gave Zack no information on what was going to be established in canon, so he just went off of this. And then obviously James Wan made it so they talk without an air bubble or something like that. But it was like, you gave this guy not a lot to work with, and then immediately you just say, okay, he ruined everything. I'm like, nah, he didn't. And then he leaves. He leaves through the air bubble. All right, so if you guys are watching with me also, are you watching the black and white version, or you're watching the color version? I'm watching the color version. I don't think I've ever watched the full movie in black and white. I should do that sometime. I am almost at the end of part 3, almost at part 4. I am at 1 hour 50 minutes and 38 seconds. Once again, Steppenwolf looks a lot better. I don't know how many different ways I can tell you this. And now we get the force field, which that creates a red sky within the fortress, which that I understood. That's not, the red sky made no sense when the shield was down. I'm like, why is the sky red? Actually, this guy isn't red in this. It's just the shield that's red. We have the awesome stronghold. He's talking to the side. That's another thing. Again, you took out all the good stuff because you took out like all the new god stuff that once again was going to be established and brought in 2 and 3. Apparently, in 2 and 3, we're going to have like the Justice League versus the Female Furies. And for those of you that don't know who the Female Furies are, they're Darkseid's honor guard. They're made up of all females. So you have Lashina, who uses whips. Right now, we are going to... Okay, wait. For me, BVS was the lowest point of the 3 Snyder movies. I think it had the darkest tone. It showed Superman as his least inspirational self until the last thing you talked about when he stopped Doomsday. I can see that. I also get what he was doing with the storyline, because he was showing that Superman is sort of going through like a crisis, pun intended. If can I like save these people? Why should I save them if they're just gonna bash me all the time? But what happened, what I also saw that occurred is that he also saw that I have to save Lois Lane. She's worth it. That's why I think in Justice League 2 at least, when Darkseid kills Lois Lane, that's what makes Superman susceptible to the anti-life equation, because he's at his weakest point mentally and emotionally, because Lois Lane is dead, and I believe she was pregnant with his kids. So it's very injustices. I can definitely see where Snyder was going for the Injustice universe. But I also really... So Lois Lane would die, and then it would sort of weaken Superman's like resistance to the anti-life equation until he's brought under Steppenwolf's control, and then you get the nightmare scene. So I also understand that Snyder was going toward this dark injustice-y Superman like world for 2 and 3, and that's also why I got into like a debate actually a year ago or so, because one of the things I do daily is I watch the Steppenwolf. They also tried to do too much in one movie, Dark Knight Returns, Death of Superman, Wonder Woman introduction. Then it had some amazing scenes. Yes, I definitely agree with you. They crammed a lot into that movie. My problem with the Wonder Woman part, and it's not even, it has nothing to do with Wonder Woman's inclusion in the movie. My problem is that can you imagine the effect it would have had? Like the much more like the theatrical reaction if in BVS Wonder Woman was not in any of the marketing at all. It was just Batman, Superman, and then all of a sudden she just shows up. Actually, it would have been even more, because you would have had like this scene where she's getting off the plane and they go, "Excuse me, Miss Prince." Yeah, the Batman fight and this. And Martha Rescue. Yes, exactly. That warehouse scene, they basically made, and I'm going to highlight this, they basically made an Arkham movie. Because that's what that ultimately was. That was Batman Arkham. And I know a lot of people also like, by the way, now in the movie I'm at, real quick, I am at 1:55:10. They're playing the epic like rock music as the league moves out. Now, anyway, back to what I was saying. My thing about this movie, about the Batman fight versus Superman, and I know it took heat with the fans, at least, because it was super short. But when you read The Dark Knight Returns, the comic is really short. I mean, the battle itself is relatively short. So it's not like a long battle. And we had one of the best Batman lines right now: "Unreal when it's useful." And yes, I do agree that the warehouse scene was super dope, particularly when he's like being surrounded by 4 people. He's like blocking them, and I'm like, oh, this is, like I said before, this is definitely Arkham. And you can play as the Ben Affleck Batman in Arkham, which I do all the time with the Batmobile. Unfortunately, it doesn't turn into a tank, so I can't use it like in the main storyline. So I'm like, oh, come on. I mean, it has machine guns. I really wish, by the way, speaking of Arkham, that they would expand it. In other words, put out more suits, because that's the thing about the PlayStation 4 Spider-Man game that I really like, is that even the first one, they're still adding skins from like as they do in more Spider-Man movies. I feel like they could use Arkham as like a marketing tool, because, well, let me put it this way: when the Snyder Cut came out or when Justice League came out, what they could have done is release like the Batmobile that like had the artillery cannon on it, the tactical Batsuit, which I'm convinced is like the best Batsuit of all time. They could have done the Battinson suit and Batmobile. They could have used it as a marketing tool, but they decided not to. I'm like, what? And now we're getting Cyborg versus Steppenwolf to save Silas. And apparently when they made the Whedon cut, they also cut out that Cyborg can make a third arm. So I think it's really cool. And I love how much of a meme came out of the Snyder Cut, that whenever Diana did anything, you always had that like Amazon lamentation music where it's like, like whenever she like moved. Let me do a quick Twitter check. And then I love this. When she lands after she does a flip, I love how she just whips the shield out. I'm like, yes. And by the way, yes, that is a replica of Arthur's trident in the background. It's actually a thing. I love this. I love the "I belong to no one" line. That was like one of the best things ever, I think. And I love like the metal music that they're using for the Justice League. I'm like, this is so much better. And so Snyder, because honestly, he's the type of guy that would do that. Just gonna grab this and just hold it like that. Then I love how Barry's like against the door dodging. He's like, oh no, oh no, oh no. And we're getting Batman getting thrown around with the Parademon. I love how Barry's going on the people investigating, going, move it, get a little quicker. Go, go, go. Once again, one of the things I think the Snyder Cut does best compared to the Whedon Cut is they seem more as a team in this movie as opposed to the Whedon Cut. The other one, they seem like very antagonistic toward each other, as evidenced by the scene that's going to come up soon, is when they decide to revive Superman, how it's like more of a consensus in this movie as opposed to like the Whedon Cut where it was a fight. I'm not Cyborg's biggest fan. Feel he definitely should stay with Teen Titans, but the Snyder Cut does so much more justice than Whedon did, and shows his potential of his power so much better. Yes, I definitely agree with you. Oh my gosh. And yeah, I agree with you. The reason why Cyborg's on the League is because, remember, this movie was supposed to come out around the time of the new 52 era. And I know that I think this was when Rebirth comics were going through. And so Cyborg was a founding member of the Justice League. That's why he's like in this movie. So, but I definitely agree with you. This movie, he made Cyborg cool and made him fit amongst like all the gods. And the Whedon Cut was just like an insult to Cyborg fans. I was like, oh, come on, man. Particularly where it's like showing him like moving all the nukes and everything. And it's like Vic's father says it right. He's like, you could do anything you wanted and we couldn't stop you. And that's really a commentary on like how technologically like I guess like dependent society is. And then right now I just saw the scene where like the rubble's falling and Barry's like speed forcing and catching it. And now Barry Allen's going back to help Diana, and I think we're getting to the part where Barry like taps the sword back into Diana. Oh, we're getting the back crab with machine guns. I love this. He crushes the Parademon and then he goes, my turn. Then he just machine guns all the Parademons. And then here we go. I love this scene. This was when the Snyder Cut was coming out. I knew the scene was Snyder because it's supposed to Whedon, because it's the scene where Wonder Woman dives after her sword and Barry runs along the tunnel to like tap with his finger the sword back into Diana's hands. That is so Snyder, particularly when he does like all the slow motion stuff. That was one of the most Snyder things in this movie. You know, like all the lightning going everywhere. The way he visualizes the Flash's speed is fantastic. And now we have, okay, Wonder Woman lands. And then the Bat Crab, I'm calling it that. I know it's called the Nightcrawler, but I like the Bat Crab a lot more. That is falling, and when you think like Batman's like messed up or something like that. And now we get the other part that was taken out of the Whedon cut that I'm glad was not in this movie. When the Flash falls on Wonder Woman and falls on her boobs. I'm like, who thought this was a good idea? Because it's not. It's not a good idea. And again, she does anything, the Ancient Lamentation music comes on. And she does the gauntlet thing, which is so great. We get a nice, good moment with Victor and his father. When he flies up. And now we're going to get... Okay, I semi-disagree with you on that one. The way that the speed powers are portrayed is great, but Flash is running... Okay, yeah, I definitely get you. I see you on that one. I understand, but also, like, maybe this will give a little more context for you, Man of Steel, is that what Snyder was doing is that he was actually doing more of a sprinting, because what Barry Allen normally does is this, and it's very jogging. And he's doing a jogging motion. What Snyder was trying to do is more of the sprinter-like form that Barry was doing. So that kind of explains like the Flash's running motion for context about what he was trying to portray. And now we're getting the other part that I really like is the Bat Crab powering up and Cyborg going, relax, Alfred, I'll take it from here. And then here's another part that was taken out of the Whedon cut of this movie when they made the Whedon cut for some reason. A minigun's supposed to come out and start blasting Steppenwolf, which wasn't in the movie. Here's one part that was in the Whedon cut. It was a Whedon line that I did like, is when Steppenwolf catches the missile, he goes, primitive beings. I kind of like that. Even though the Whedon cut as itself is very corny and not enjoyable. That's just my take. I don't know what you guys think. And now we're getting the Aquaman introduction to the League, which I think is way better. Because he just shows up and he's just watching them through the water. And they run because they don't want to get wet and like really hurt. And I love how Aquaman is like surfing, and then he just takes the trident and just throws it on the ground. I love this. And then Barry's like, "Who is that?" I think this movie also did well on like portraying Aquaman as a badass, as opposed to like the corny Justice League member that like everyone likes to make fun of. It's one of the key points here that I really like wanted to bring up there. We get more of the Bat Crab / Nightcrawler being thrown about by the water. And what I like here is that they left out the Barry Allen line where he goes, "Did he just bail?" I'm like, yeah, that's stupid. A lot of what the Whedon Cut put in, no surprise, a lot of what Joss Whedon puts in here is stupid. I'm convinced that Joss Whedon, by the way, we don't get Stepperwolf saying, "Mother is calling." But anyway, I think Joss Whedon is a very overrated director. I mean, I think the only like good things he's done in terms of directed was like Firefly, maybe the first Avengers movie. But from that, it was like, no, that's it. Because my problem with Joss Whedon is that he does a lot of like inappropriate jokes that like distracts from the plot. Like in Avengers 2, when he has Iron Man go, "Romanoff, hope you and Banner are playing hide the zucchini." I'm like, oh my gosh. And let's not forget about the thirsty line from the Whedon cut. But right now, in case you guys are wondering where I am now, I'm at 2:07:44. Hard to believe it's only been 2 hours. It's already been 2 hours. We have Steppenwolf finding the anti-life equation on Earth. So anyway, that's my like assessment on Whedon. You guys can tell me if you agree or disagree, but I just think Whedon's like overrated as a director. He's not that good. Or as a creative, really. I've read his like X-Men run. It's not the best at all. I'm really glad. This is a one guy where I'm glad he doesn't do anything anymore. Because really, after what he did to Justice League, which I'm convinced he did intentionally to sabotage DC. Then we get the anti-life equation, of course. And I like how it's like, you can see the imprint of the Omega symbol. You know, the protocols I wrote them. All that. Now we're getting more of a discussion about the mother box. And now Victor has shown up with the mother box. And now, okay, so we're going to be, so we're still in part 4. Part 4, a lot happens in part 4. Part 6 is my favorite because it's the epic battle. I'm a big fan of like the epic superhero battles. And now we're about to have the debut of Darkseid and Ray Porter's voice, which looks dope as hell. And we get a drop of the multiverse. I can't believe we got a name drop of the multiverse. It's so cool. Now we're about to have the debut of Darkseid. I like how the music like starts off quiet, builds up because it's really building up the dread and terror that a being like Darkseid evokes. Because really, when you think about it, he is the space version of the devil. So I like how they play off of that. I think that's really great. Whedon's okay, so let's see. Whedon's first Avengers is good. I will give him that one, but everything else seems good when you first watch. Yes. Buffy, Firefly, Astonishing X-Men, but then slowly fade the more you get away from them. It's like the same thing with the Snyder cut because, with the Whedon cut. So when I first saw the Whedon cut, about a Darkseid first emerged. So I'm like, yes, because Darkseid's my favorite villain. When the Whedon cut first happened, I didn't think it was that bad because I was still like, oh, okay, it's a Justice League movie. It's so great. So, like you said, Man of Steel, as the further I got away from it, I started to think, why did you do this? And then Zack Snyder started posting on Vero all the stuff that was like not in the theatrical cut, and I'm like, why didn't you? Why? That was my whole question. Why? Why did you take this out? So, and then when the Snyder Cut was announced, I was like, let me put it this way: I haven't seen the Whedon Cut in say about 3 years, because as soon as this was announced, I'm like, I'm not watching that. But yeah, I agree. The farther you get away from them, the more you start to realize, okay, this sucks. I still think Firefly is actually still good. So I'm going to disagree with you on that one when it comes to Firefly. Everything else seems good when you first watch. Firefly was good. So Serenity was not as good as the show, but I think I think the movie did pretty well to like sequel it and then get into the comics. And now we're in the Bruce Wayne hangar, which I love how also in the Whedon Cut they make it out like this is the Batcave, like the vehicle part of the Batcave, and I'm like, okay, this makes no sense. And I like how I'm taking the whole cyborg. I love how Aquaman goes to cyborg, so you can talk to machines now, and I'm like, that's kind of a nod to everyone making fun of Aquaman for talking to fish. And now we're going to get an actual explanation as to what the mother boxes do. That's another thing I like about this movie. We actually got explanations around what the mother boxes were, what they did, and such. This was actually an explanation in the movie. And now we're talking about Superman. And once again, what I love is that it becomes a point of agreement instead of like disagreement whether or not they should bring Superman back. Partisan shred box and all that. Absorb heat. And we get the one part where everyone doubts Cyborg's loyalty. So, and that's another thing that I liked about this as opposed to Weekend. I have another question for you. Your favorite Superman versus Darkseid fight? Oh. Let me put this down. That is a question and a half. Oh man, I got a couple. I was recently watching my favorite. One of my favorites was the Justice League Unlimited, where Superman goes, okay, I've lived my whole life feeling like the world was made of cardboard and I can't cut loose, but you can take it, so I'm going to cut loose now. And he just punches Superman through buildings. I also liked in Justice League Origin, and this would be like Justice League, Justice League Dark Apocalypse War, when Superman gets his powers back and he just destroys Darkseid. He's and to the point where when Darkseid shoots him with the Omega beams, it kind of stuns him. You think Superman's going down, but then Superman grabs Darkseid's face, gouges his eyes, and then smacks him around like Hulk and Loki. Those are my two favorite Superman versus Darkseid fights. I'm sure if we get Justice League 2 and 3, that I'm gonna like the Henry Cavill Superman versus Ray Porter Darkseid a lot. What about you, Man of Steel? What's your favorite Superman versus Darkseid fight? While you type that, I will say I also like how we get a little more of a different perspective on the Victor Stone's cyborg scene from BVS that they showed in like the QuickTime video. Now, once again, we get more of the explanation about why this is context the movie. Once again, oh my god, it's like this is way better than the other one. Before it was like they didn't even explain what the hell Snyder a mother box is. There you go. Now they're explaining. I'm at the explanation part. Then talk about how it can reinstate matter. And I'm at 2 hours and 16 minutes. Hard to believe I've been at this for 2 hours. And I've been streaming for two and a half hours because it took Lad and I about 15 minutes to get the stream up and running. And now they're doing the fantastic scene where they're panning the camera around and the Justice League all come to the realization that they can bring Superman back. And then you hear the Man of Steel theme in the background. And then Flash goes, okay, who's going to say it? I'm not going to say it. We're all thinking the same thing right now. I love this scene so much. And then no one says we're going to bring back Superman. All it is Cyborg shows the hologram of Superman. You get the swelling of the music. Then and then the hologram takes off. And then you see Bruce, this determined Bruce Wayne saying, this is how I make up for what happened in BVS. I love this so much. Oh boy, Martha Kent is coming to visit Lois Lane. Not exactly. And we get a better conversation with Lois and Martha than we got in the Whedon cut. The Whedon cut, we were stuck with really stupid lines like, "He told me you were the thirstiest girl he ever did beat." And I'm like, oh, geez. That's a Whedon movie for you. There's always sexually explicit humor. Let's see, well, what else is my favorite Superman versus Darkseid fight? Because there's been quite a few of them that I've enjoyed. Okay, I also like, I mean, this isn't really Superman Darkseid fight, but I did like Superman versus Darkseid's daughter Grail in the new 52 when it came to in Justice League Darkseid War, when it's the League versus Darkseid's daughter and they're having that epic battle. Because for one thing, Darkseid War is like my favorite DC Comics event of all time because of the Justice. Okay, I have another question. Oh, medium. You mean in terms of like what do you mean in terms of medium? Question: your favorite Superman versus Darkseid fight? Okay, in terms of medium for the fight, yeah. Yeah, it was. I'll go back to what I was talking about because I like the idea of in Darkseid War the Justice League achieving the powers of gods even more than they already had, and then they then you have Darkseid versus Anti-Monitor, and then Darkseid dies. I air quote because it's comic books and they never die, and then Grail attack, and then. The Justice League fight Grail, and that's really dope. And now we're getting to why Martha Kent went to go see Lois Lane. Okay. Yeah, this was one of the scenes where when I was watching it, I knew what this turns into. Lad didn't. So when we were, Lad's my co-host, he was on earlier in the stream. When this scene happened, it was like, oh, geez. Because we're looking at each other and he's like, oh my gosh. Here, we're almost at part 5. Okay, part 5 is the Superman brought back from the dead part. From the comics, Superman, Batman, Supergirl arc. From the show, Justice League Twilight episode. Oh, okay. From the comics, it's Superman, Supergirl. Yeah, that was a good one. And they even showed that in the movie. Oh, wait, real quick. Here comes Martian Manhunter. That's another character in the Whedon cut that in the Snyder cut that I'm like, why did you cut this out? But anyway, go back to what you said, Man of Steel. From the comics, it's Superman, Batman. Yeah, that one. From Superman, Batman, I think it's called Apocalypse. Oh yeah, it's actually called Supergirl. The Apocalypse was the movie. In terms of from the show, just like when he goes, I feel like my world's made of cardboard. Yeah, that was dope. Well, it's just, what did you think of the reveal? Going back to the Snyder cut, that Swanwick, the general from Man of Steel, was Martian Manhunter the whole time, and I'm like, oh, this makes so much more sense too. Now we're getting now we're getting the only part of an argument as to why. Okay, but Line Superman says in Justice League Unlimited is one of the best. Yes, thank you. Where he goes, I 100% agree with this line right here, where Superman goes. Actually, I'm gonna get the line so I can say it on stream. Superman, Justice League Unlimited, cardboard line. I really love that line from the show, and they're actually playing. They're also piping in the Superman, the Superman animated series music. Oh, I like how this one. They actually explain this movie why the mother box is never activated when Superman was alive. It's because they're afraid of him. And going back to our conversation earlier, Man of Steel V2, that's also another thing that Superman coming back from the dead and destroying Steppenwolf establishes why the Apocalyptians were afraid of him. So let me see. Where is that cardboard speech? See if someone actually wrote it down. Basically, what Superman says is that I've lived in a world where I can't where I have to treat the world like it's made of cardboard, even when I just want to cut loose. But you can take it. So let me show you how powerful I really am, and then Superman just proceeds to basically not impress Darkseid. Now we're getting to the part where Diana and Arthur realize that their people have the same saying. So it's like showing common ground and all that. That's another thing I love, how they're bonding as a team. I really enjoyed the Swanwick reveal. It made a lot of sense, but when they had to swap GL for Manhunter, and Snyder just made me question why he didn't get involved sooner. Okay, so I'm going to highlight this. By the way, this movie is also the first time they show Wonder Woman, but here's how I would explain why Martian Manhunter didn't get involved before. It's because he saw what happened with Superman, so he's probably afraid that if they revealed like a top general was like a Martian, you can imagine how mankind would react. They'd probably try to kill him. So the way I took it is he was afraid, and then when the Justice League starts showing up, he says, "It's time. I can emerge. It's safe now for my people to emerge." And then also what this would show is that he probably, I think he had faith that Clark, Bruce, Diana, and the rest of the league would be able to handle it. So that's the way I took it. I can certainly see why it doesn't make sense that he wouldn't get involved until now. And now we're getting I'm at, those of you that are watching with me, I'm at 2:25:04. I'm getting to the part where Alfred drops the red cape. If you're trying to fight the Raging Bull, don't wave the red cape at him. And then Batman goes, "You do when it's this red cape. This red cape charges back." Love that line. How do you know your team's strong enough? On the Charging Bull, then don't wave the red cape at it. You do when it's this red cape. This red cape charges back. I love that line so much. So freaking much. That's so good. Now we're getting more of the Man of Steel music, which I love. I love this. The option of Barry Allen getting opinions on Arthur about hats. I love that. Oh, this is Cyborg going, I'm always stressed. And he takes off the sweatsuit. I love when Barry goes, aye. That's great. That's really going to help you blend in, Barry Allen. What did you think of the Luther casting choice? Because I feel it's the single biggest mistake across the Snyderverse. Okay, so here's my opinion on that. Actually, I'm going to leave this up. That is actually based in the comics. There is a neurotic Lex Luthor that is the Jesse Eisenberg Lex Luthor, and that's what Snyder was going for. So it is based in the comics. In terms of what I personally thought about it, I was fine with it because I felt that the way Eisenberg was written is they captured that whole, like, I guess, conspiring version of Lex Luthor, that whole, like, all these plans ahead. So that's really what I thought about it. Hope that answers your question. And then we get to, and now it's Victor starting the alarm to clear out the facility. We're at 2:28:28 right now, people. Those of you that are watching on the replay, if you guys want to watch alongside my commentary. Can you check out my YouTube video as to why the Justice League is setting up? Check out my YouTube video as to why why Justice League 2017 is setting up the original Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 2A. So, are you saying you theorize that the Whedon cut is actually setting up the other two movies? Here, I'll pull that up. You want to drop the link in the chat for your video. I'll check it out. Now we're in the Kryptonian ship. For those of you following along, we are at 2:30:54. Yeah, because the video is not coming up. Okay, so now we're at the part where they're in the Kryptonian, like, I guess, womb chamber. And they're about to bring Superman back. Lex Luthor. Lois Lane is about to leave for their final goodbye to Clark. And for those of you that are just coming in, we're right now on the other screen. I'm watching Zack Snyder's Justice League and commenting as we go along. And just interacting with you guys as it comes up. Yeah, sure. Drop the link in the chat and I'll check it out in the comments. I'm editing it and posting it right now. Sure, I'll check it out. Now we're up to the part where they're on the Kryptonian scout ship and Victor is like interfacing with the ship. So theory crafting. Well, I have you here. What's your general impression of the Snyder cut? You in favor of it? Did you like the Whedon cut more? What are your opinions? What are your thoughts? By the way, now we're basically like where I'm at 234.50. I'm at the part where they're deciding that Barry's gonna run like really fast at the box to charge it up and activate it. And now we're getting the cameo of the original Jimmy Olsen. There you go. And we get the one last time. This is when like Lois was ready to like move on. And then we're getting the nightmare sequence tease. Just do it. I love this. I love the Batfleck voice. And now we're getting the cool nightmare scene. Here we go. All right, the box activates. And then there's this massive explosion that kind of terraforms the planet. And then Darkseid on his throne. And then and now it transitions to Wonder Woman burning because she's dead in this. Not finished yet, almost. Okay, cool. Just drop in there, and I'll definitely check it out and let you know what I think. Now we're getting Aquaman about to kill. Aquaman killed Arthur. Then we get the Omega beams. Omega beams. And now we're getting the tease for Justice League 2, showing Darkseid putting his hand on Superman's shoulder, going, "It's okay, bro. I gotcha." This is great. I love this. Dead Kilowog. The Trident. I love it. It says Justice League, and then the card that Joker gave Batman is torn in half. Love that. And now Flash is running, and we could get the dope slow motion part. And now we're getting us, first off, a lot of the lightning everywhere, which I love so much. This looks so good. And it's going back in time and rising all the way back up. And the box woke up. Now we woke up, and then we're about to have the explosion where Superman escapes. I love how the ship goes. The future has taken root in the present. I like both equally, but I really like Justly because it doesn't get as much love as it deserves. Well, here's the thing. I mean, all right. Here's my opinion of it, because I think part of the reason why it gets such a bad rap is because of the reputation it has as a destroyed version of a creative's vision. So that's kind of that, because that was clearly not what Zack Snyder was going for. Then you have the bad CGI lip. You have the bad CGI like Flash running. You have the sky, the red sky. You have the sort of lame line of Superman going, "I believe in truth, but I'm also a big fan of justice." And that's fine if you like it. If you like it, that's fine. I'm not going to tell you you're not a real fan. That's another problem I have with a lot of fandoms is that they tend to say if you like it, if you like this or that, you're not a real fan. But no, I'm not on that. Now Superman's alive and he's staring down the league. he's scanning them. The Superman versus the League fight coming up. When I watched it at midnight, the cinema Whedon cut, I was off my seat when Wonder Woman's headbutt connects. Yeah, that was cool. That was really cool. Man of Steel V2. I really liked that part. Which it was still good on the Whedon cut. Besides the bad Diana going, hell no, and then the bad. Well, this didn't really have the CGI lips, so I'm like, okay, this is cool. And there was the Pet Cemetery line, but I did like how like the shockwave whenever Diana and Clark had the headbutt connects. That was good. They have the lasso of truth. All right, I'm back, guys. So I'm going to see what you said here. Being a fan of Superman as much as I am, it was just great to see him handle the league solo in that moment. Especially at the flat. Yeah, I love that. I'm so glad that was still in the. I was actually about to bring that back up when I came back. I'm glad that part was in the Snyder cut too, because that's like my favorite part where like the Flash is running, and it was kind of funny. It's kind of longer too in the Snyder cut, as everything is, because it's like at first the Superman's eyes go like this, and then he just turns, and then there's Flash going, "Oh no, oh no!" I love that scene. That's like one of my favorites. And I love the scene that's on my screen right now when the Flash is running at Superman and Aquaman's coming behind him, and Superman just moves over and just pats Bear in the back, and he goes right into Arthur. Here comes the headbutt. Yeah, there's the headbutt. Oh, jeez. They get Superman flying up at Bruce. I love that. I love how Bruce is blocking Clark's heat vision with a gauntlet. Those gauntlets are like super cool. It was great to see how he speeds into stuff. Yes, I love that. That was so cool because this whole scene is like showing how fast Superman is. So I love that. It's like so cool. He just puts his hands in between her. It's like, nope, you're not doing that. And now we have Lois Lane stopping Superman from killing Bruce. And then it was theorized by Snyder that the reason why Clark like snaps out of it is because Clark like scanned her, and then he saw that she was pregnant because she's pregnant in the scene, and then that like snaps him out of it. And Superman leaves. And then we're getting the scene where Aquaman just points very angrily at Flash, and Flash goes, "I am so sorry." Now he gets Steppenwolf arriving to retrieve the mother box. And I like how in this movie, Steppenwolf does not come off as like an idiot. I mean, the Justice League does not come off as an idiot. Yeah, because in the original version, they just leave the mother box. And this one, it just launched away, and then Silas grabbed it. Much better scene with Silas sacrifice and Steppenwolf getting the mother box. Yes, 100% agree with you there, because first off, it really also like I think without a part of why that's great and why the Whedon cut failed on that is because in this it's the ultimate show of love for his son, because when you think about it, Silas was trying to Silas sacrificed himself so that Victor could save the world, so that Victor could have that hero moment. So that's why I think it's really great that they did that. And then we get the Silas Stone sacrifice. He's sort of Dr. Manhattan, so now he just falls apart. Like you said, it doesn't make the league look inept. and just makes him more sense narratively and gives that. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Man of Steel V2. 100%, because once again, in Whedon cut, it just lands in an abandoned parking lot, and the Steppenwolf just lands, grabs him, and takes off. I'm like, what? At least in this, they put up a little bit more of a fight, and it gave Cyborg more motivations for why he's going to tear apart Steppenwolf. Now we're getting them realizing that what Silas did is he marked the box. Hey, real quick, Man of Steel 2. What's your favorite Superman moment of all time? And this is comics, cartoons, movies, whatever. Well, does you have a satellite? I have 6. Oh, here we are, part 6, my favorite part. Yeah! And you realize, oh man, it's almost over. This movie's so good. There's so many. Give me like a top 5. My favorites in this, the Superman axe scene. Also in this, the whole Superman on the farm. Actually, 3 of them are going to be from this. It's him on the farm with the butterfly, because you see my piece. 3 would be like him going down that Kryptonian ship, and then you see the suits. Then you hear his father's in his head saying, like, it's time, son, be who you're meant to be. I love that. I've always get goosebumps and smile when I see the Superman arrival. Yes, yes. Yes, me too. And then 4 would be, and this is the Justice League Unlimited line where he fights Darkseid that we talked about earlier. And then 5, I would say my favorite Superman moment was this is actually in the comics, is that scene that I talked about from All-Star Superman. Scene from Superman 78 when he catches Lois Lane in the helicopter. Yes. And I think Jeff Johns kind of tried to like adapt that where she's flying in the helicopter, he catches her, and then he just awkwardly goes, "Hi." Also love the moment Superman up and away where he gets a Green Lantern ring and he has superhero self as Clark Kent. Yeah, Wes from Thinking Critical and I talked about that. But by the way, I'm at 256 when Bruce brings the League to the Batcave and Barry's like, "This is awesome." But yeah, going back, Wes from Thinking Critical had the same comment where it's like where it establishes that like Clark Kent is the superhero. I love that. This is Cyborg volunteering to plug into the Unity and say, okay, I'll take him out from the inside, even though it's going to be a big threat to Victor. And what's interesting is that even taking this from the wing, I also love the scene in Smallville when he stops the bus when crashing into. Yeah, of course. That's so Superman. What I like about this scene specifically too is that in the Whedon cut, it seemed like Cyborg didn't really want to plug into the Whedon to the mother boxes, where and that he was afraid and everything. And in this one, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna do it. I got nothing left to live for. I might as well. So I love that. It gave Cyborg more of like the hero vibe. Now we have the scene from the trailer. I love this. I don't care how many demons he's fought and how many hells. He's never fought us. Not as united. I freaking love that line so much. Now here's one of my favorite Superman parts. Him in the cornfield, with the butterfly, and he's completely at peace. I love that so much. The moment of Man of Steel when he first flies and he hears that. Yeah, exactly. And we're coming up to the sequel to that scene. I love that part so much. Because it shows that it captured the wonder of Superman, and plus visually it's stunning so much. It's really good. And you hear the Man of Steel theme in the background. This is so emotional. He's playing with the butterfly right now, showing he's completely at peace. The whole Superman 75 Death of Superman fight, so epic. Yeah, I loved in that series how they included a little bit of a countdown, because each issue in the Death of Superman series, at least, was like counting. Was like less panels than the previous one, so it's kind of like a countdown. And I really like that image of like Lois Lane holding Superman when he's killed. And they kind of mirrored this in BVS, and then you get like the aftermath. I actually have the trade for that for the Death of Superman. Now we have Martha Kent actually showing up and seeing Clark for the first time. Good. No CGI lip. I also have a special mention for the Superman Returns Gatling gun scene. I love that. Yes, where he just jumps down. He's just walking out the dude as they're firing a Gatling gun. That was so good. I love. That's one of my favorites too. I'm gonna add that. That's really cool. I love that scene. Now we get the reference to the BVS nightmare scene where Barry Allen goes, Lois Lane is the key. Save her. Fear him. You have to find us, Bruce. Then we get the better scene of the flying fox showing up. Learn to fly. This nature. Yours too. I love the lines in this movie. It's written so well. What makes you so sure? Faith, Alfred. Faith. Synchronize. Quick, are you looking forward to the Black Adam movie? Yeah, I am. I am, because first off, it's Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. It looks pretty dope. And because it is like, it's establishing like the JSA, and I've really been looking forward to seeing them in live action. I saw the animated movie. That was pretty dope. But I also think that it's about time that Black Adam has gotten a movie, because he's been so important to like the DC universe of late. I mean, he was even in Brian Michael Bendis' Superman run. So it's really about time that he got his own movie. Plus, it's like DC does so much with him, is my point. So it makes sense that they'd give him a movie eventually. What about you, Mastiel? Are you excited for the Black Adam movie? And now we're at one of the best parts for Superman. The part where he's walking down the Kryptonian ship. Jor-El's voice. I agree. I'm a huge Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson fan. So excited for seeing him as Black Adam. And Def with Jay saying Hawkman. Yes, Hawkman. The dream. Yes, exactly. And Johnson really wants that. He wants a Superman versus Black Adam movie. And that would be so cool. I think he wants a scene where I think he even said he wants for Black Adam to face off against the entire Snyder Justice League. And I'd be like, yes, can we get that? And now we're getting again. He's in the black suit. He's about to fly again. Fly, son. It's time. I love that so much. Then he assumes the Christ T pose as he powers up with the sun. Then we get the rock music as they gear up. For those of you following along, I am at 3 hours and 10 minutes. Now we're getting Batman and his little gunship firing at the shield. All right, so let's see what she's saying. I totally love the black suit, but I was so desperate for just one line of dialogue. If the movie explains why he chose the black suit, just it helps him recover by any solar absorption, anything. Zack said that in an interview later. Earlier when it was explained the black suit, he said that that's the exact reason for the black suit. So they didn't say in the movie, but Zack did explain that. And I mean, I can understand because it would kind of break up the flow of the movie if he just stopped. Well, I'm going to take this suit because it aids in my solar like absorption. But I see what he was going for with that, and he did explain the purpose of the black suit. Now the shield has been disabled. Begin your attack run. We got the Batmobile with the giant cannon on it. I love it. That's so Arkham. Oh, here we go. This is the best scene where they debut the Batmobile. Parademons pry open the hatch and enter it. And then... I love how they do this. The headlights just open up, and then the machine guns open up. I also see the blue suit as much more hopeful, as much more Superman hopeful. So I would have preferred at the very end, after the Sherpa reveal, put him back in the traditional suit. Well, I think he's going to do that in like 2 or 3. Because I think that was the plan too. Or like if they do Man of Steel 2, because Man of Steel 2 apparently is supposed to take place after Justice League 1. But yeah, I agree with you. It would have been interesting for the blue suit. Oh, I do like how Snyder did the black suit with the how it had all the silver highlights and stuff. I really thought that worked well. That's a good color scheme for the suit. Here we go. The Justice League is about to save Batman. I love this scene. Critical damage. Critical. Wait, here we go. Here we go. Here's the Wonder Woman music. And the Justice League charge. I love this scene so much. And the slow motion splash page scene where everyone's like, pose! And Aquaman surfing the Batmobile. Totally agree. The black suit looked epic, exactly as you would want in live action. Even adding that's the thing that I didn't like about the comics, that the black suit didn't have a cape. And I'm like, this looks way better with the cape, because one of Superman's like key features is the cape. So I'm like, why would you take that out? And then here's the parademons with the cannons firing on the Batmobile that gets destroyed, or at least partially destroyed. There's Batman throwing a bat grenade. Aquaman having that slow motion trident throw. Yes, I love this thing. Then he like skewers two parademons to a wall like a boss. And now Barry's running in circles, trying to like power up the. And there's Batman with the parademon gun. Like I said a couple hours ago when Lad was on, Batman does use guns. He's even on the giant cannon. The cannon being destroyed. Superman seeing Alfred. I'm assuming you're Alfred. Let's hope you're not too late. Round 2. Hell yes. I like how Aquaman and Cyborg combine their powers to like blast Stepperwolf back. I think that's really cool. It's showing them actually working together. I like how Steppenwolf's eyes grow blue, even though there's little explanation for why all of a sudden the eyes grow blue. I think it's because he absorbed some of the energy from the boxes, and that sort of like powered him up. It's Barry Allen going back in time, not going back in time. That comes later, but going around. And I love the visual effect. It looks like a blue ring. And then he lifts, and I love this. I love Diana like banging her gauntlets on the shield. He caused another explosion. What's your favorite live-action Batmobile? All right, so it's the Ben Affleck Batmobile from this movie with the artillery cannon, because I think it's a badass, it's sleek, aerodynamic. Number 2, I would have to say, is the Robert Pattinson Batmobile that sounded like a monster when he revved it up. Number 3 is the '89 Batmobile, because I liked how it has like a grappling hook that you could like swing around tough corners. And the Bale is the bottom of my list, because it's bulky, but I did like ultimately what they were trying to do. What about you, Man of Steel V2? What's your favorite live action Batmobile? Oh, here it comes! Here it comes! Here comes the Superman part! Here comes the Superman part! Yes! He's coming around! He's coming around! Here we go! Even the music builds to it. I love this so much. Axe comes down, baby! Not impressed. Even the music too, it builds. You have this massive like crescendo. It even says in the subtitles, triumphant music. Superman is back, baby! Yes! This is dope. And they play the Superman First Flight music. So far, we have 386,000 tweets. The juggling Steppenwolf, baby. I'll listen to this one or inverted. I love the Bat Tumbler. Okay. Then it's the Justice League 89, and then the last one. That's cool. At least here's the thing. At least we have the same Batmobiles in our list. That's the good part. It shows you have taste, my friend. You have taste. No superhero does epic returns like Superman. That is correct. Particularly in this movie, because I think, and you can, and let me get your opinion on this, Man Steel. I think that this is the greatest Superman live-action movie moment of all time. The scene where it's about to kill Cyborg, and then he just smacks down and then to completely destroy Steppenwolf. And then it doesn't stop there. For like 5 minutes, he's just punching Steppenwolf, and you can see like the shock waves coming out. He's just heat waving Steppenwolf. He heat waves off a horn. There's Dark Side. Just want to highlight this comic because that's 100% true. And this one too, because I missed that one. It's too late. When we say so, it's such a moment. The building, yes. And what's great about it is that the music even builds to it's like it's doing that whole little establishing tension. Then you have the triumphant. Oh, here we go, Flash scene. Here goes Flash going back in time, baby. This is another scene where apparently this is the first thing they cut out, and I'm like, why? Why would you cut this? But yeah, I agree with you. The build up, and then like what was it? The build up, and then the lack of a better word, climax of that scene is like so worth it. Here we go. Barry's about to break his rule. He's breaking his rule. He runs. I love how he like charges up and then he moves. The whole set of scenes shows up Superman's power so well. All the movie has done a great job of setting up Steppenwolf as a real threat, and Superman just destroys him. Yes, exactly. They set him up as this badass, and Superman, and they also answer why the mother box is never active when Superman's alive because they're afraid of him. This shows why they were afraid of him. By the way, Barry is running back in time right now. I am at 3:27:49. There you go. He's running. This scene is so epic with the music. Junkie did a fantastic job. Let me ask you this, Man of Steel, real quick. As a Superman fan, you can watch it after my computer is slow today. My YouTube channel is Theory Craft. It's a 2-part video. Okay, cool. I'll check it out, man. Let me ask you this, Man of Steel V2. Who do you think Wonder Woman works best in a relationship with, Superman or Batman? This is a big debate that's been going on the channel for like a long time. Now we're getting the Cyborg saying, "I'm not broken." It's been building up to that. I like how the camera pans. You see Victor, and then as it passes the fake Victor, he gets into Cyborg. You can put it back, Vic. We can make your whole again. I'm not broken. And I'm not alone. Okay, so let me see what you say here. I'm very traditionalist, so I think Superman works best with Lois or nice way. Oh boy, I think it's a little cliched of the two. No, but here's the thing: it doesn't work with Batman, because when you go with Batman, because when it comes to Wonder Bat, the problem with it is that Batman is the antithesis of everything that Diana believes. He lies, he basically cheats, and he keeps secrets from everyone. She is not about that. That's her whole thing. He is everything he's really everything the Amazons say men are. Where Superman is the complete opposite of that. He shows her that she is like, by the way, Stepperwolf just got skewered by Aquaman. Yes! And Superman punches them, and then he's about to be beheaded by Wonder Woman. Anyway, Superman is the antithesis of everything Wonder Woman is taught man is. That's why I think it works best. Plus the fact, when Superman's with Lois, he has to hold back a certain part of himself. He can't be his whole self. I love how they give Cyborg his superhero moment and having him choose being a hero after being. Yes, exactly. That's my point right there. This. That's it. That's what they did with Cyborg. That was so great. They gave him that choice and he became a hero. Let me go back to what I was saying. With Wonder Woman, he doesn't have to hold back who he is. They don't need secret identities or anything like that. That's why I'm just not really a big fan of Lois Lane as a character. I liked her in these movies, but as in the comic books, I'm not really a big Lois Lane fan. Plus the fact I was a big fan of the Charles Soule Superman Wonder Woman series where they had as a power couple in the new 52. That was my point on that. I like that. Here we go. Yes, you did. Master, now that the mother boxes have been destroyed, how will you achieve your great prize? Till life is found, sought, and we will stop but nothing to protect it. Ready the Armada. We lose the old ways. That's my impression of Darkseid. I don't know if there's any good, but all right. And then we're actually doing the old ways right about now because we're at 388,000 tweets. Now, I completely agree. I wouldn't put Wonder Woman with Batman, but if I had to choose between the two, Wonder Woman too. Although I agree that New 52 was very good. Yes, it was. I understand that you're a traditionalist and that's fine. That's just if you have to pick between the two, they don't work. Even in the Justice League and the comics, they really don't work together. Plus, I really don't see why Superman needs Lois Lane when you think about it, because it's like, well, you could say she grounds him. Well, Batman also grounds Superman as a buddy. Then you get into, there was this great line in the Superman Wonder Woman comic book, as a matter of fact, where so there was this great line in the Superman Wonder Woman comic where Batman goes, "Here's why I love working with you, Clark, because you always see humanity as your home team. Ultimately, you are a human at heart." So that's why I think he doesn't need her to have that human aspect. By the way, we're getting that awesome scene where like pans over the league with the epic music, and it looks like Justice League Unlimited. The scene always kind of gets me really emotional because I grew up on the Justice League Unlimited cartoon. And then finally, with the symbolism, the sun is there, and that's probably building up. In Man of Steel, when Jor-El says, "They will stumble, they will fall, but they will join you in the sun, Cal." And now up to the epilogue. A father twice over. I like how they have Cyborg repair the thing. Have you read the recently released World's Finest issue? Shows up Superman, Batman, Biodynamics. Well, I haven't read that yet. I want to. Typically, I don't really read the new stuff because a lot of what DC has done with a lot of these characters has been kind of controversial, to say the least. But I'll check that out. We'll see what happens. I like how Cyborg repairs the. I'm gonna have this comment. I love how the cyborg like repairs through technology powers the tape recorder so he can hear his father's last words to him. And then they're gonna set up Aquaman. But my point, man, is that you don't need Lois Lane for Clark to feel grounded. I don't really think they work together, honestly. That's my hot take. That's so good. I'm going to tell you a story, my man. And I'm going to keep this point up because, yeah, it was my gateway into comics, too, because when I was a little boy, I spent a lot of time in the hospital and in and out of hospitals. And then one of the, I'll never forget it. I was on like a 6-hour IV drip for like some stuff and some medication for my immune system. Anyway, the point is, on the VHS rack they had in front of my little infusion chair was the Justice League Unlimited episode where the Amazo android comes back and the Justice League has this epic battle against him. And that was like my first like intro into like real intro into DC. And I was like, this is so cool. So I agree with you. The Justice League cartoon was my gateway into comics. Up and there's the Hall of Justice. I also don't read much of the new stuff now. Literally, an Action Comics ongoing. I heard some good things about that issue, and I wasn't let down. Okay, that's cool. I'll check that out. I haven't read any of the John Kent Superman books because I've heard those are terrible, so I'm not really that interested. foot's in the door. This is Clark finding out how Batman got the bank back. I bought the bank. I love that. That's right. This is the. I still think this is the best superhero movie of all time. Oh man, glad to hear you had something to get you through. Yeah, exactly. That's really ultimately what these characters are. They are uploading to YouTube right now. Sweet. I'll check those out. Theorycraft. And Batman standing on the Dark Knight Returns tank. Theory crafting machine. I always remember the first Justice League Amazo episode when the League just wanted Superman to stay away because they got Superman powers. Oh yeah, I know, and that was so great. I love that. They're like, Superman, stay away. This is not the time. Here's Barry Allen, Naruto running. He's about to do the shirt rip. He's doing the shirt rip. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. He's doing it. There you go. There you go. And now we're going to the Lex Luthor scene. I love how they put Lex Luthor in Arkham and the Batman teases and BVS. I got some old friends there. Arkham, home for the emotionally troubled. That's such a quaint way to say Arkham Asylum. Here's the boat. There's Deathstroke. Yeah, baby. Joe Manganiello, my boy. Dude, the Snyderverse Deathstroke suit looks so badass. And we're supposed to get a Deathstroke movie, too. love this. I like how they and now they're setting up the Batman movie, which we were supposed to get. Fun fact: the Batman movie that we just got was supposed to be Ben Affleck's Batman movie. Deathstroke movie would have been so much fun to see. The suit was cool. Yeah, it would have been a grounded Deathstroke origin movie. So it's all the more reason to restore the Snyderverse, because not only do we get like Justice League 2 and 3, but we get all this other content as well. And now here's the nightmare scene. There's the more bug-like parademon. There's a nightmare Batman. Or as I like to call them, reshoot Batman, because all the nightmare stuff in this movie was done during COVID in 2020. There's Deathstroke. Right, for those of you that are watching along, I am at 3:45:46. Hey, Man of Steel, what'd you think of Mara having a British accent in this movie? Like how they explain Flash's suit. There's Joker. Batman. I mean, I think the accent just made Mara's threats more silly than Nightmare. That's true. That's true. I kind of liked it more, but I just don't like Amber Heard in general. But that's just me. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. Well, I mean, actually, I disagree. I like the British accent. I felt it made her sound more regal. You made the reference to Lois Lane. Here's something inside. The bigger man. A truce, Bruce. Yeah, that's true. Being British myself, I will take. Yeah, that's true. I can see that. Yeah, it definitely sounds more regal because she's a queen and all that. Batman just dropped his first N-bomb. I really hope we get the other two movies because apparently 2 is supposed to take place during the nightmare scene. Or at least, I think like 2 or 3. One of them is supposed to take place mostly in the nightmare sequence. We're at 394,000 likes, by the way. All right, here's Superman. You know, Superman's in the blue suit in the end of the nightmare scene. I like how you can see the fear in Batman's eyes as Superman rises up and he's like, oh no. Get the nightmare. He wakes up. There's Martian Manhunter, Sean Jones. So I like that. I like that. This world. Time I started fighting for it. And there's him joining the Justice League. Here we go. Some have called me the Martian Manhunter. Then we get the epic music, man. I would be very excited to see a scene from for the Superman fan. I mean, almost burned out. Okay, I agree with you on this. They've overdone the evil Superman for Autumn. And what's interesting is like DC wanted that to be the main Superman, apparently. Like they wanted the Superman, they wanted the mainstream Superman to become a dictator. I agree with you. It's been overdone at this point, and they need to stop trying to make Superman evil, because the whole point of Superman is that he's supposed to always be good no matter what, and they keep like ruining that. So, and that is Zack Snyder's Justice League. That was my 8th time. I'm gonna be doing a Zack Snyder's Justice League live stream tomorrow. Can you spread the word? Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll put it on my. Let me take a picture of that, and I will put that on my. I will advertise that for you. No problem. I gotcha. But yeah, the evil Superman thing is really just starting to get old, particularly when you find out that they wanted the mainstream Superman to turn evil and turn into a dictator, and then Grant Morrison was like, no, we can't do that. Because first off, people are, again, like you said, burnt out on Superman and an evil Superman. At this point, they really just have to stop trying to make the best superhero turn evil and the most powerful one. Because let me put it this way. Here's the thing about DC and the comic book industry in general. If something's successful, they'll do it for like long time. Hopefully, I need to check my schedule. Okay, yeah, I'll let you know about it. But the thing about it is when comic book companies find something that's successful, they will keep hammering that point in there forever. In other words, if something's successful, they'll keep doing it over and over and over and over and over and over again, just because it was successful, because they're so desperate for any type of success. So I'm pretty hopeful that they can bring back that. I mean, let me put it this way. He doesn't stay evil, so he still turns back to being good at the end. Because remember, that's the difference between him and Injustice Superman. The Snyder Superman turns good again. And not really good again, but they go back in time and stop what happened with Lois Lane from happening. So he's not really evil. That's the difference between this and, like, say, Injustice. Because the Injustice Superman in Injustice 2 had every opportunity to turn good and like be a hero again, but as soon as Brainiac's done, he doesn't. So that's my thoughts on it. And I think DC is going to stop with the evil Superman, or at least I hope they do. I agree with you. It's getting really old at this point. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Hopefully, and hopefully we'll get more Snyderverse movies, which I really feel like we will, because it's popular enough. I completely agree. Just going to the well, but the returns diminished. Yes, exactly. It stops being unique, because the thing about Injustice, what DC does understand, is that with Injustice, it was this rare thing. Oh my gosh, Superman's evil. He's becoming a world dictator. But when they keep doing it over and over and over again, it just, again, like you said, they keep going to the well, but the returns diminish. It's like, let me this way. In an economy, the more you produce of something, the less it becomes valuable. It's like superhero plot inflation. And that's really what it came down to. And that's part of my problem with DC, is that they keep investing in ideas that they keep repeating the same things over and over and over again. That's why I like the Snyderverse. Zack is doing new stuff with these characters, but still keeping to the core. Where mainstream DC, whenever they do new things with their characters, what they end up doing, and this is the real important, like, balancing point here. What they end up doing is they end up going too far away from the character. Like, say for instance, and I talked about this with Max MVP Priestley. When John Ridley did Superman and had him be raped in prison, okay, that's one thing. But then when Superman met one of the prison guards, he was fantasizing about killing that individual. Like, I'm going to also write a trying to write a Crisis on Infinite Earths DC script with all the information we got at Fandom from Jim. Oh, that's great. That is a fantastic idea. I love that. That'd be so cool. Let me know about that. That'd be really fun. Okay, so anyway, go back to what I was saying. So John Ridley has Superman like, what's the word? So Superman fantasizing about killing this guard, and it just didn't work out. It was too much. It was too far of a departure from what that character, from what Superman is. He would never fantasize about killing anyone. It just wouldn't happen. So that's my problem with it. It doesn't work out. But anyway, I see what you're saying on that, and that's why. And I definitely agree that DC has to stop and remain true to what makes these characters. That's my point. That's always been my position on these issues, because you can always do new stuff with characters. You just have to be creative enough, and you also have to keep the. I definitely agree. The Ridley story was a dark DC. It's a dark Superman moment for sure, and fortunately, it's not canon. Although with the Omniverse now, who the heck knows? Because with the Omniverse, everything's canon. But let me put it this way. I just treat whatever I don't like in any fandom as not canon. Like, the Whedon cut is not canon. John Ridley's Superman is not canon. Brian Michael Bendis' Superman is certainly not canon. Well, really, anything Bendis did at DC was not canon. And let's see. What else did I not like that's not canon? Oh, anything Tom Taylor writes in the John Kent in the Superman Son of Kal-El series, not canon. That's my thing. Because really, ultimately, and Ray Fisher himself tweeted about this perfectly. He said it's the fans decide what's canon, not the executives. Because ultimately, yeah, they can make the decisions, but the fans will certainly not. Yeah, exactly. The fans will decide on what they want to keep and what they don't want to keep, and that's partly why I think they claim that Bendis' Superman was so popular. I agree. I have my own headcanon. Yeah. Most of what's happened in DC since Death Metal is not canon in my eyes. Pretty much everything, really, because it's been all downhill from there. Because Death Metal, actually, well, I enjoyed Endless Winter. I liked Endless Winter, but from Endless Winter and on, not canon. That's it. Not canon. Everything beforehand is great. That's why I love comic books, because as a hobby, it's like a 70-year-old hobby, and I'm constantly rediscovering new storylines that I've never read before, and it just makes the hobby more fun. And I really don't have to read the new stuff if I don't like it. Because, for instance, I'm working my way through the Grant Morrison JLA Omnibus. Look at how thick this thing is. It's like 1,400 pages, and this is all like prime DC storytelling right here. And it's probably one of the few Grant Morrison stories that I can actually understand. And it's like you even have like All-Star Superman or anything from the New 52. I haven't read Endless Winter. Might have to give it a read. It's a really good storyline. I definitely enjoyed it. It's I believe it's Elseworlds, but it's really, 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 really good, and establishes a lot of DC lore that I find is very, very compelling and interesting. And then what more would I recommend? I started reading Dwayne McDuffie's JLA run when he did like Justice League, the Injustice League, and Sanctuary, and they are really good too. I read DC Universe Online Legends, which are these trades right here, which is basically the story behind their massive multiplayer online game. Though it's actually a really good storyline. And I read a little bit more of Injustice, but ultimately, but once again, all these storylines, they make changes in their Elseworld storylines, but they ultimately stay to the core of the character. That's the key thing right there. They have to stay to the core of the character, because if they go too far away, guess what happens? We get a John Ridley situation. We get a Brian Michael Bendis situation. So it's really just, at this point, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to read what I want and not have to deal with DC's really bad editorial decisions, because they've made some real doozy decisions. Yeah, I have the issues for JLA and DC. Really good, right, man? Really, really, really good. And it's actually, yeah, really, really, really very interesting storylines. I particularly enjoy JLA event, the JLA. It's like I think it's my number one favorite Justice League run besides Jeff Johns' new 52 Justice League. Partly because that it's pretty obvious that Zack Snyder was very inspired by new 52 Justice League because his Superman was pretty much the new 52 Superman. The first villain of the Justice League was Darkseid, so you really had like lots of inspiration. And so I guess, let's see. Yes, definitely 100%. The JLA in DC issues are the best, and plus JLA is one of the few Grant Morrison books that I can actually understand. So once again, I hope you guys enjoyed this watch party for Zack Snyder's Justice League. I certainly did. Enjoyed hanging out with you guys. We're going to do more of these live streams, hopefully. So let me know what you guys want to do live streams about. Then we can also talk about like what guests you want me to get on the show, because maybe I can get Gabe Al-Taib back on. And I hope you guys have a great weekend. And I will see you. I will see you all at some point. It's been a great chatting, Jared. Awesome chilling, talk comments. Great stream. Yeah. Like, comment, like and subscribe to Comics League so you can get an update on all my videos. But I hope you all have a fantastic weekend, and I will see you guys next stream or next episode or whenever I see you. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Stay heroic.